Hello. I am flustered. I only just sat down with 7 seconds to go. We're going now. We're all good. How is everybody? I swear, I do this professionally. I should really give up on that joke. I'm just rubbish. Rubbish at streaming. I've gotten a little bit better though. I'll occasionally make an improvement, and then I'll burn out and then not make any improvements for a long time. We all doing well? How's your day or night? It is 5 PM for me, so today's stream is a little bit more Australian-centric. And we are going to be doing today a Group 5 rally all the way up Pikes Peak. All the way up. Hold on, let me get the faster camera. As you can see, it's quite the track. So to do one clean lap of this whole thing is in itself just a big ordeal. Making a car, easy. Going up this hill, not so easy. But I want to give this another try. And we're going to be going, not like this, which is meant to be a representation of the first era of four-wheel drive Group 5, but I used it as just like a bit of an example car. I'm going to be going the short wheelbase, high turbo power mid-engine all-wheel drive, nightmare fuel, like the RS2000, is that what for some reason I'm drawing a blank on the Ford. You know the one though, right? Hello from Melbourne. Hello back to you in Melbourne. Big Jam Donut. You should power on that for like 20 seconds. Huh? Yeah, what's going on? I'm doing alright. I have a question lately. You know what? Hold on. I have to turn off reactions. You haven't been uploading any videos? Why is that? Go watch my latest video I released. I've been burning out for a while, so I kind of did a bit of a switch up there. And, yeah, I'm about to take a big, long break. Greetings from Indo? I'm assuming Indonesia? Anyway, yeah, we're doing this. You know, I'm just going to bring up the RS200 quickly. Is it 200 or 2000? I can't remember. It's the RS200. Okay, yeah. For some reason, my brain was failing me. So, this is what we're going to be taking around. And it's going to be hard to drive. It's probably the easiest way of putting it. Also, this is a bit of a dream car, but I wouldn't own one, even if I was a rich millionaire, because I would never drive it. And I don't want to, like, I don't get buying something like a car and then not driving the car. I would be paranoid about destroying this little nugget of history of, like, suddenly Group B just got completely way too dangerous. That's cool to hear. I'm the real Foxy. I'm glad that you've learned from me. Kinda. Maybe not the best person to learn from. Anyway, the reason why we're doing rally today is, one, I do like rally, it's just I'm not very good at it. And two, last week when I was talking about the handbrake thing, I couldn't quite get used to it in drift, though I did get a little bit used to it, but like didn't really get quite there. So we're going to be doing it, but for rally this week to see if I can get use out of a handbrake there. Thank you though to Moza for giving me the handbrake for free. Do you recommend an 86 for a new driver IRL? If you're a new driver, a Toyota 86 is okay, BRZ, FRS, whichever variant you go for. But generally, no, they're very expensive and not particularly great. But if you're willing to make sure that your engine is serviced properly, every 5,000 kilometers? Sure. I'm the best Australian streamers? I mean, I probably doubt that. There's Barjo, there's Cardboard Cowboy. Music is a tad too loud? Turn that down quickly. Okay, there we go. You know what's funny? Sometimes I go to your 11-hour live stream for you building the F1 minivan to fall asleep. That was a pretty fun stream. Also, that's a really long stream. Like, you're still watching it when you wake up. I started drifting at BeamNG. What car should I select for first time? You started drifting in BeamNG? I wouldn't go for any... You know what? Let's have a quick look. If you're going to drift, what would I suggest? Probably a four-wheel drive car, like the Hirochi Sunburst. They're very... A four-wheel drive is super easy to drift in BeamNG. Anyway, so we're going to be wiping the slate clean. We're not using this car today, even though I did go through and edit this a little bit to bring it up to a better standard from when I actually used it in events. This was a part of a build and race a while ago. We're going to go and start making a new car. Now, what year did Group B end? Was it 1986 when it ended? Yeah, to 1986. Oh, perfect. 1986 already. Let's go with coupe, maybe a hatchback. Engine position needs to be mid. I don't really want to go rear on this. Wheelbase is going to have to be pretty short, so like less than 2.5 meters. So what options do we have? We do have this little fella which was used in Group 5, Group C for a little bit. Group B. Damn it, my brain isn't working. Group 5 became Group B, basically. And that's, I think, where my brain is starting to fail a little bit. We could use one of these. They do fit the profile quite a bit. I think we're getting too far into the 90s with those bodies. Do we think this kind of fits? I think this kind of fits. It doesn't look too much newer than a RS200. Except I really don't like that rear glass. That is odd. Whatever. So, for this sort of time period, it probably was carbon fiber. We'll go fiberglass and a monocoque, and then a carbon fiber. No, it'll probably be steel. Mid-longitudinal, double wishbone, and double wishbone. Probably not push rod for this era. Hey, sauerkraut! There is a shorty Audi. I have no idea what you're trying to say there. That is a weird concoction of words in an order. Now, we're going to want small and powerful. I do have a thing for Group B. Give me a second. Group B. Now, how relevant is this still? That is the question. All right, yeah, I think I can get behind this. We're going to go for a small 1.4 liter, basically. I think we're going to go as light as possible. Inline 4, Probably cast iron because we want it to be reliable. Then make it nice and small. Very small. Veritably tiny. 1397. Perfect. Dual overhead cam, 4 valves per cylinder, aluminium. This thing is a very over square, is that the word for it? Engine? Yeah. Inline 6 or 5 would be quite cool. No. The KFC chicken nugget shortage. No, I'd not heard about that. Do people still go to KFC? They're kind of garbage. They've really fallen off quite hard recently. What's the difference between DOHC and SOHC? That is single overhead cam and double overhead cam. Suffice it to say, double overhead cam is better. Let's go with a forged steel crankshaft, a forged light rod, and a forged light piston. And then I'm gonna go harmonic dampeners. You know what, actually, I think we can fit a tiny V6, actually. I think that might be a better option. We'll just bring that size back down again. That way, we can have an easier revving engine as well, because automation engines do not like to rev a whole lot. 1397, perfect. It's not going to be the lightest engine, I'm going to be honest. Turbocharged, single turbo, boost control, ball bearing. Now we'll probably go journal bearing, that was very common for the time. Injection, multi-points, single. What sort of manifold can we go for there? Probably not a variable. Probably something like that. Premium. No, well, let's go avgas for this. There we go. If you don't know what avgas is it's a mixture of normal fuel and aeroplane engine fuel. It's not a great fuel, but it does have a higher octane. So it really prevents that knocking. Can I recap turbo anti-lag? Actually, I have a video in my head being planned to actually talk about that eventually. Let's go turbo mid, no mufflers. Probably about a 2.5. Now we have to reduce the size of the turbo so it'll actually spin, get more RPM out. Wow, we can go up to 15,000 RPM, that's wild. Probably no need for variable in cam timing for this. Then lots of pressure. That's how you make these engines. 8.3 to 1, that sounds about right. Lots of pressure. Failure due to knock. Alright, a little bit more fuel, a lot more advance. Still getting a lot of knock. Turbo has failed and exploded. It exploded. So if we're going for... How much power did the RS200 make? Hmm. 336 kilowatts. So we're going to aim for about 300 kilowatts. We're about 100 kilowatts shy at the moment. What do we got here? Engine is retarding ignition. Okay, run it a little bit richer then. We're just not getting any more power out of this. I don't want to have to go into the quality sliders, but it looks like I'm going to have to. I'm struggling to make power out of this. It just doesn't want to push more power. Oh, there we go. More power. 250. What do we got here? Let's 5-valve. Not really helping us, is it? Okay. The more cam timing, the more knocking we get. So I think I'm going to reduce compression ratio down a lot. More boost. Does this have an RPM attached to the amount of power we're making? 485 kilowatts. Damn, we are not reaching those numbers. Though this engine is a lot bigger. 1.8 liters? We have a look. Okay, yeah, that is the second category. We're in the first category. I think 273 kilowatts is going to be enough. Though our internals are not liking it, so let's go some forged heavy. And now our engine block is not strong enough, even though it's a cast iron engine block. I think I'm happy with these numbers, however. Oh. Let's give it a listen. That's a hot turbo. I really could go 2 turbos on this, to be honest. I have seen that the slightly longer roamer is broken. That's something I'll fix eventually. There is actually a reason why it broke as well. BeamNG devs, for whatever reason, went in and moved a little bit of code called vehicle controller and moved it into the chassis. No. Moved it from the main JBeam file for a car into the chassis. That's what they did. What they should have done instead is put the code also in the chassis and then just wrote it on the back end that if it's written in any subsequent parts, then it overwrites the original. That way, they don't break everyone's old mods. Is anybody else building along too? Sure, you know what? Actually, I'll grab this. Anyone with a link? There. That's the general rules we're going by. Except, we're not going with all of them because we're not going with 2-wheel drive only. That is something else. Wastegate standard geometry journal bearing. What are we up to? Oh, wastegate. That was my bad. Can I get a little bit lower RPM out of this? Well, we can get more power out of this now. But I don't want more power. I want more drivability. Alright, I think that'll have to do. Also, these rules are probably way out of date as well. I don't think there's anything on... Okay, yeah, no, there's 0 kilograms of downforce. I think I will stick with that, because downforce is not really common anyway. All-wheel drive on demand? For this, I think I'm going to go all-wheel drive on demand, maybe. I don't know. Is that going to be good? A 980 Ti, that's quite old. Bigger compressor and smaller turbine might help. The problem is if I was making a smaller turbine, it starts to blow up. Group B was known for drivability? Yeah, let's go... I'm thinking not a locker, because that's going to make it too difficult. We'll go with a clutched race LSD. I think I'm also going to be a little bit more realistic, and I'm going to go with a viscous all-wheel drive setup. A radial race rally, which is a thick and chunky tire tread with weird crosses on it for some reason. Okay, sure. And because BeamNG is not too sophisticated, we can just go super wide tires. And it doesn't... Normally, having wide tires on dirt don't help quite the same way as it does when you're doing stuff on bitumen. But whatever. Let's also make them a bit bigger, go to like 17s. You know what? We're going to make them asymmetrically sized, so let's make the fronts a little bit smaller. Have those rears be bigger. Nope, that's as big as the rears can be. Yeah, I think that's fine. These will be magnesium, so then they can lovely catch on fire. That's what you need to do. There's certain things you have to take into consideration when making a Group B car. If it doesn't catastrophically catch on fire and kill everybody in the vicinity, you have not really built a Group B rally car now, have you? You're a vintage gamer? Sure. 2-piston. This doesn't matter too much. Single piston on the rear. You know what, actually, we're mid-engine, so maybe I will keep that there. Fully clad. Let's get some brake air. Nah, we don't actually need a whole lot of brake airflow. Go some race seats. I could go the single seat as a race seat, because that is now the lightest way of doing it, but because we have a rally car, I want to have the passenger seat in there. Hydraulic rack and pinion. No, none of that. Safety is none of my concern. Then off-road. Probably not the best setup. Now, what is it you always want more dampener than spring? So let's go a little bit of dampener. Because being on Pikes Peak is a very flat track. And we want the dampeners to be a little bit stronger. Hopefully that will do. Now we're getting a lot of oversteer. We don't actually need a lot of oversteer when it comes to rallying. We will deal with oversteer with our handbrake. Braking is still very important though. Wait. Okay, it's gone for the wrong sort of off-road. There we go. We can keep it also fairly low. These do not need to be particularly tall, these cars. Let's go mess with the morphing a little bit. This body with these wheels does not look right. Let's reduce the overhang because that is very important with these sorts of rally cars to have a low moment of inertia, except I can't bring the rear in at all. Like, only little bits here and there. Not the best. Can I drop the roof on this? I cannot. How's that look? I think that works. Now, is that the only things I could change? You can do little bits of like wheel arches, but I don't think we need to do much of that. Because the vehicle itself is kind of like built to the dimensions already. How about the height? I think we're good there. Pikes Peak is pretty smooth for a rally course, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is a very flat track. Alright, we're gonna have to do little bits of aerodynamics, but not too much because we have to have 0 downforce. I could cheese it, but we're not gonna go down the cheesing route, or at least not yet. Actually, what does the RS200 look like in full race spec? Wow, they didn't actually go balls to the wall with aerodynamics, did they? Now, I know that the Pikes Peak did. Sorry, the Suzuki did. That's like one of the most famous ones. Nah, let's not go Bozazoku on this. That's a little bit silly. We'll go something, though. Needs a little bit of sprucing up to look fully Pikes Peak. There we go. Not quite Group B, but pretty darn close. Now, the rear, I'm gonna have a big cutout diffuser area. Actually, first of all, we'll just put that in quickly. That'll do. That's for the radiator. Let's grab something like this. We'll also put on a gigantic wing as well, because that was indicative of the time. Good. Let's grab cutout quickly. Good. That works. Wing. Now, what do we have on the actual car? It's just a big diffuser. I do see air getting through, so it could be something kind of like this. Unfortunately, this doesn't work very well. It doesn't mold to the body or anything like that. And I think this is actually meant to be from an RS200. There's no name on it though, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you can't paint these things and they don't export. It's just a little bit messy. I don't want to have to deal with that. I could go something silly like this. I don't like these angles. I wonder if I can fix them with the tail fin stuff. Hold on. No, I know it's in here somewhere. Nobody help me. I don't think it's a mod. I think it's a standard default thing in the game. Have they moved it? Like a crossy? I don't know what a crossy is. Music is a bit loud? Alright. There used to be tail fins. It's not these, is it? No. Where did the tail fins go? Fin. What the hell is this? That's not a tail fin. Tail fins, found them. God, I love the fact that they got a search functionality in there now. That's amazing. Well done, devs. I love that, and I completely forgot that it was in the game. Does that fix the problem with the wing? I think it kind of does. Can I sponsor your karting team? I can't sponsor anything. I'm too broke for that. Looks like a Escort Cosworth. Yeah, I can see that a little bit. It looks a little bit weird, but I think that'll do. Looks perfect. Sure looks like something. Taillights. No, let's go with the head. Oh, you know what? Let's do wheels first. I want something like... For the time... Maybe... This... Or maybe one at the top here. I saw it a second ago. Here we go. That. But like painted a monochromatic color. No, they're a little too thin. The spokes would have been a little bit thicker for this time period. I mean, we could go with that. What sort of wheels does the RS200 have? You know, okay, it has like a 5 or 6 spoke. Yeah, you know what? I think that works quite well. Headlights. Do we go pop-ups? I think we'll go pop-ups. Did I blow all my money on the headers for the Toyota 86? No. But it was a large large chunk of the money I had. But I was promised so much by all of the people on the internet saying, oh yeah, it'll give you lots of power, but don't forget to tune it because the tuning's where it keeps the power locked away. It's not true. It's a garbage car. No. Let's go with... You know what, yeah, we can go with this. Okay, it pokes a little bit through the bottom. Okay, that fixes that issue. Good. Let's clean up this lip a little bit. Good. Headlights. We want pop-ups, so we're not going to put actual pop-ups on. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to put in scene kit. Even if pop-ups are not actually good for aerodynamics or anything, I like the idea of them on this body. No, that's no good. It has to be on an angle. I'm getting some weird smearing here in automation. That is weird. Yeah, that'll do. Then we'll put little indicators down. Yep, good. So we do have to have a homologation car for Group B, so that is working so far. It'll be based on a road car. Heavily modified, but not as hard. Nowhere near as hard as what they did on the Escudo Pikes Peak car. That thing was insane. I'm thinking this for the door handle, though. There's a good odd racing rally style wheel in MD aftermarket wheels. Ooh, you're asking me to know a lot of stuff. Alright, rear tail lights. This is where I usually get quite lazy. For short production run cars, having round tail lights, not uncommon. Let's see if we can find something, though, that fits a little bit more the shape of the body. Probably won't. Like, this gets pretty close. Could we maybe manipulate this to fit right? So the lights do go the wrong way, yes. But we can change the shape of it a little bit. then we can go with use. This is meant to be mid-engine. We'll leave that open as a grill. What do we think of that? I think that looks okay. As someone who drove in a scooter IRL, they're definitely not the same car. Yeah, we called them a different vehicle here as well in Australia, which is a bit odd to me. So every time I look it up, I'm like, that's not what that car is called. Yeah, that works. We'll go with a roof scoop to get some air in for the drivers. This thing is ginormous. Bring that size down a smidge. And passive AC. Perfect. I really need to create like a new version of this or something without this like big front lip area because it's hot garbage. And then like the amount that it punches through also doesn't work anymore. I do like what the automation devs are doing, but I wish they would like update how their fixtures work, to be honest. I don't think I have those taillights you're talking about there, Twisted. Don't even know what you're saying, to be honest. These might, but then they got like an angle down here as well, which is no good. I think these will do. I think it's good enough. Headlights are good, got indicators there. We're not going to do lights. We are going to do mirrors, however. Do these have mirrors? Yeah, no, they still have mirrors. Sure. Now, this is going to have to be a part spin sort of thing as well, because they don't make new mirrors for homologation cars. So, what looks like it's from an older vehicle? This. Perfect. Doesn't fit the shape of the body, but then again, neither did much of the RS200, like the headlights, which did not fit the era at all. Good. I think the front is looking pretty nice. Let's go a little bit of a vent here, and I think that will be this part of the build done. We'll then move on to the interior. No, that's no good. How about that? Oh, I can have it without that, huh? But then there's a lip. You know what? We can hide it. First time I've done that before, but you know what? It works good enough. Get some logos on there. Some sort of badge. Do I have a company to this to go with? No. Let's just call this Dan. Group BPP for Pikes Peak. This is Dan's car. And Dan is very chivalrous. He's like, oh, look at me, I'm on my horse. Has that horse got a penis? That horse has a weird penis. Dan's also a little bit of a creep. I'm sorry to all Dans in the chat right now. There must be some sort of like high poly thing on the rear here. Every time I'm doing something on the back, it goes, oh, no, hold on, have to reload everything. Look at that. I also fill in the rear inside quarter glass, which I hate. Weird, the internet disconnected there for a second. 10S Flyer NC Buttress Scoop. Don't know what that means. I wish there were more variants of it though. Because it's a good idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite fit enough body shapes. It's not working the way I wanted it to. But we're getting there. Alrighty, now we could just use some fixture stuff to start covering up the bits we don't want people to see. Does not look right. It's looking weird. Oh, that does not look good at all. Oh dear. Okay, that looks horrible, but we now have extra ventilation to get air into the engine. Welcome, Kevin Nilsson. I think the outside, for now, is done skis. Let's go ahead and start working on this interior. First things first, we're going to move that rear firewall back a little bit. It doesn't need to protrude into the sitting area quite so much. Body, rear firewall position. We'll hide that intake as well, because we don't need that to be there. Intake hidden. Nope. Forced induction hidden. No. Airbox. There we go. Airbox is what we wanted hidden. Good enough. Let's start slapping in an interior. Or do we not want to? Because this is a rally car. I think we can get away with not having an interior, like a floor at least. And let's stick in some interior panel stuff. So I think it's something like that. This is a cool song. I like it. Like it a lot. There we go. Then let's just hide that beam there. We don't want that. It's weird that that is 3 separate colors, but okay. That works. That seals pretty darn close there. Covers all the way basically down to the bottom. Might make it a little bit lower though. Good. Alright, let's go dash. Which is in here somewhere. I've used it so many times and now I can't find it. Where's... Here it is. Forgot an exhaust? Oh, good point. I'll do that in a second. Good. Let's put in... here. Just gonna try to get it all fudged in here. Alright. How are we liking it? What engine do I have? This is a very small 1.3 liter V6. I probably could go transversely mounted, but I think we're going to keep it longitudinal. Just for that weight balance? I don't know why, man. I'm just doing whatever. I haven't got the seats in yet, but yes, there will be 2 seats. And the driver will be further forward than the co-driver. Do I remember my best time for Pikes Peak? Let's have a look. I have it all written down, but it's all for bitumen. So we got Friday Pike Day. Phil Hill, no. One. Nope. I don't think I have any for dirt. Though my best time for the full track is 7 minutes 40, which is pretty blistering. Transverse mid can't have... Front transverse can have all-wheel drive. That's weird. Whatever. It's fine. You know what? I never did finish off the handling for this car. Yeah, let's make those front tires narrower. We want lots of understeer, and then we're going to use that handbrake to get this thing rotated whenever we need it rotated. Alright, turns out we don't need 2 pistons. Okay, that's a good starting place. Aerodynamics. Oh wait, we can't have more than 0 downforce, huh? Good. Alright, we can play with this. We're like -4 kilograms of lift, which is nothing. And look at that, we're actually getting really close to oversteer, so maybe I will have a little bit more lift on the rear, on the front. Want lots of understeer, tasty, tasty understeer. Good. What's that 0 to 100 at the moment? Look at that power graph, that is so weird. 4.1 seconds to 100. With off-road tires, not the worst thing. These tires are just weird though. Anybody else think that this tire pattern is weird? I don't think I've ever seen that on any tire ever. Your best time is 15 minutes? That's pretty slow. What is my weight class? You are right, I haven't checked that out. My minimum weight is 820 kilos. I am overweight a little bit, so I could drop that down some. We are not losing muscle off of this chassis at all, are we? 820? 820. There we go. Yeah, this thing does not have much in the way of chassis weight. I wonder what the weight distribution is for this. 60% basically on the rear. This thing is going to be tricky to handle. But much like Group B, that's not unreasonable to be difficult to handle. Alright, let's keep working on the interior. We don't need a mirror, which is fine because we've got that ugliness in the way anyway. Let's put some seats in. This is way too big. Alright, we need to go with a different seat. Let's go with the simple one. God, the scales are majorly different. Good. Alright. Co-driver seat. Same, but further back. That way, they do not interfere with the line of sight that the rally driver may need, but they're still in there. Let's get ourselves a steering wheel. I don't know what rally wheels of the era look like, but I'm gonna guess probably something a little bit detailed like this. Perfect. You know what I can do? I keep meaning to do this. Transform local space, x-axis, that value, U, same value. Perfect. Lines it up perfectly. I just always forget. Good. Let's get ourselves a dash in here. Something like you, maybe? Yeah, I think that'll do. And then we're going to use the exportable dash thingy. Damn it, sticks out. Oh, we want it to be below the steering wheel anyway. Yep, that'll do. Alright, let's get ourselves the doodad. BeamNG screen. I love the fact that they just put this in and made it instantly available to just export without having to do any extra work. That is such a great move by the devs to go to all the effort of putting this into the exporter, which is no small feat, I'll mind you. Perfect enough. How are we looking? We could fill it in the back a little bit, which might be a smart move, so let's get some of you. This can't go exactly. Oh. Good. Okay. Filled the gap in. I think what I want to do, though, is make this invisible so we can see the engine through there. Yeah, I like that. So you can have a look at your lovely engine. That's almost Porsche level weight distribution. You are right, it is very much rear bias. What do we think? Exhaust. Yes, somebody was talking about that. We do need an exhaust. What we might do is go with one of these doohickeys. Make it look like it's made out of steel so it won't burn away. and put the exhaust through that. God, I hate scaling these exhausts. Alright, the exhaust is now attached. What do we think? I'm not sold. See, it can't go too far forward because the engine is quite far back already. Do I have it just kind of poke out the bottom, maybe? Maybe something a little bit more like this. It's also way too big, I just realized. Yeah, I think that might be the better way of doing it. Good song, thank you. All right. Mid-mounted exhaust. I don't think that quite works here. That screen is going to be wide. What? Yes, it will be a very wide screen. The RB race kit also works. Yes, but this is also very low poly. So that's why I stick with that. If I'm doing something a little bit more detailed, where performance doesn't matter so much for the game, then yeah, I will go a different thing. Race numbers 86. I do generally stick to my race numbers, yes, so let's go ahead and put on an 86 on the side. Looks good. Let's make sure our aerodynamics is still legal. Not quite. Okay. At top speed, which I have limited, is minus 1 kilo of downforce on the rear. So, pretty balanced. Brakes are very strong. Probably a little too strong, but that's fine. Gearing looks okay. I think we're at the point now where we could take Dan over. What do we think? Anything left to... I suppose, you know what, I'll stick a little bit of a gear lever in there, just for something to look at. Just in case anybody ever looks at the interior of this car. The knob is very big, but that's fine. We can also put in some pedals, I suppose. There is pedals in here. Not that we're going to animate them, we'll just have them in. Remember all those polygons I was saving earlier? Yeah, well, I've ruined that. Why does my internet keep disconnecting? All right, made sure everything was well connected still. What? There we go. Does that look good? Oh, we're not going to be able to see the dash, are we? That is about where the head goes. Let's lift the steering wheel up a little bit. Now can we see the dash? I think we'll lift the steering wheel up just a little bit more again. Okay, we can now see the dash a lot clearer. That all looks good. My problem is, though, this mirror from the inside looks a little bit ugly. So, you know what, it's fine. Whatever. We'll ignore that. You know what? Fueling. We haven't thought about fueling. We don't need any sort of fancy fuel thing, but we'll go with maybe a front fuel cap. What do we think? Ugh, excuse me. Something like that. Do a bit of a Porsche trick there to move the weight distribution forwards. Not that it actually does that, but, you know. What are we thinking? Is it not legal to have downforce, I think? No. What we're doing here is that rolling for the no downforce thing was just a bit of a realism check. Because most cars back then would have just been creating lift. You can place the... Yeah, you can. Go into miscellaneous fixtures, then you got this weird thing. They haven't updated the shape for it, but that will put in that camera, which I just painted invisible. And then you can place that. Make sure to place them individually, though, and don't have them overlap or anything like that. Otherwise, they will mess up on export. They're a bit finicky. But not the worst. The other trick is going to blow your mind. I'm going to grab this code to animate a steering wheel. Then I'm going to get 33 is the number of the fixture. And now my steering wheel will be animated in BeamNG. I think we're pretty good here. You know what we don't have? We don't have a roll cage. Much like Lance here. I'm funny. Where is this roll cage? God, the alignments that these people have on their fixtures sucks. It's okay to take things back into Blender and realign the thing. That'll look. Alright. We'll paint you white, just like the body. Is it perfect? No. Is it good enough? Sure, why not? Lancey had PVC pipes for roll cage. I remember the joke that Jeremy Clarkson made about them using cardboard piping and then just painting it blue, or like, as he showed there, it was wrapped up in like blue electrical tape or something like that. That was pretty funny. I like that. You think you're done with your multipler monster? Oh god, I hate the multipler. The multipler is just a terrible car. I know it's a bit of a meme car, but it's still terrible. Like, there's no getting away from that. think we're good. Let's see what it does around the test track. All right, so no downforce, about just shy of 400 horsepower. Very peaky, however. Not great tires for the road. These are rally tires. What sort of time do we think we're going to get? Let's start a poll. Lap time. Yes or no? Let's go 2 minute to 10, because it's not doing less than a 2 minute, I don't think. To 20. Or over 230. Now, as the last time I did this, I came up with a terrible time. I was off by like 15 seconds, I think, which is pretty abysmal. I think, personally, I mean, it's got a neutral lift balance. It's got all-wheel drive, so we'll be able to get traction. But I just don't think it's going to be a particularly fast car. It is also speed limited to... I mean, 250 is not slow. That's about 155 miles an hour. And it looks like it's got a fairly good ramping in there. I'm thinking... maybe a 2 minute 22. Is what I'm thinking. I see other people also are familiar with the 37 versus the Quattro. You know, this is actually looking pretty good. That turbo sound, the whooshing sound. The weird lines that they're taking, though. It looks like it gains speed pretty well. I'm going to stick with my 222, though, because that's the number I said. Let's end the poll now, because people are in. A lot of people matched my 220 there. Let's zip to the end. A 207! I was way off. That is, again, 15 seconds. God, I'm getting worse at this, aren't I? Damn! I used to be really good at being able to guess times. I'm trash garbage now. Let's go see if this exports properly over to BeamNG. Lots of turbo lag. That was a lot faster than what I was thinking, to be honest. I thought those tires were going to be pretty garbage on road. 2 minute flat, gang. Nicely done. That was a good guess. Alright, did you export properly? Good. That's a good sign. Usually the wheel will not animate correctly the first time around. Ah, it worked properly. And the screen works perfect. Alright. We've got our test mule. Let's just do a little bit of a quick test. I know it's not the same as driving it with the sim rig, which we're going to be doing. How does it drive, though? Oh, you really do have to keep this thing up in the rev range, though. Oh, that's a lot of oversteer. Ah! You know what I didn't do? I didn't change the drive bias. I kept it with a 50-50. Oh. With a viscous, we can only go to like 5% difference. You know what? It's fine. We'll leave it as it is. I didn't know that was a thing. Helical? A little bit more? Four-wheel drive locked. Huh. Can only change it 5%. On demand? No control. That is weird. I didn't know that they put this in here. I could have sworn that all-wheel drive could be a lot more than that. Your gut does a 211? All right. 210 is close. Okay, if you're wondering who does it, it's kind of a Price is Right sort of thing. The closest without going over. So it was the 2-minute gang that got it. I need to go toilet. I'll come back and then we will set up the sim rig. If you change the quality, you can change more. Oh, well, I suppose that makes sense. I'm assuming you're talking about the torque split. There we go. Good. All right. I'm not a fan of the placement of that roll bar. You've managed 5 minutes up the hill? How the hell did you manage 5 minutes up the hill? That's insane! We're just gonna try to go for the dirt record. Which is, like, even on bitumen, that's an insane time. I feel that you've not done it right. Pikes Peak. A 10-minute 4-second. That was done by this Toyota Celica, which is the like GT4 sort of all-wheel drive Toyota Celica. It was a pretty phenomenal run, to be honest. Kind of overshadowed by a lot of more famous runs, but still, this is so incredibly fast to be taking Pikes Peak at. Are you talking about doing just the Devil's Playground area in 5 minutes? Because that 6 minutes? That is unlikely. So using the Moza or Camus? I'm using the Moza wheel. Was thinking of getting the R5 bundle first sim racing wheel. So before you go get the R5 bundle, I think the R5 bundle is fine if you're looking to get that little bit more. But they have this new one called the R3. I've not looked into this, but the R3 is pretty interesting. If you want an upgrade path, this is a pretty good place to start at. The R5 has 5 Newton meters of torque. The R3 does not have 3 Newton meters of torque. It has 3.9, which is about 4 Newton meters of torque. So if you're looking for budget entry, consider also the R3. If this was only 3 Newton meters, I probably wouldn't suggest it. But at 3.9, that's like almost 30% extra. It's worth looking at and looking at some reviews. I've not looked at reviews for this or anything. I don't know much about it aside from just the fact that it's 3.9 Newton meters when it looks like it's meant to be marketed as 3. I think this is an interesting proposition at the least. Hoping Toyota sets up the GR Yaris for a PP run. I mean, I don't think that's really the right sort of car, to be honest. Alright, let's give this a try. Alright, I didn't move the shifter. Too much front grip, too oversteering. I'm gonna have to change the tune. I might also move this roll cage or just get rid of it entirely. I hate it. It's like, it's right in the middle of the view. Wow, this pivots in a weird axis. That is weird. What's wrong with the roof? That is the roll bar. I put it in the wrong place. Might also go slightly longer gearing. Okay, yeah, now that is too much oversteer. Alright, more understeer, please. Oh, I closed off automation. Damn it, I'm an idiot. I thought I was done, but I'm silly. You know, it's funny, but I'm up at 2 AM sneaking to call my BF now. I have to watch... now I have to watch your stream. Sure. Why are you sneaking to call your boyfriend? How old are you? I think you might be a little bit young if you need to sneak to make a phone call. You thought the roof wasn't rendering? No, I just did a bad job. The Moza R3 and KS steering wheel. Sure. I will also say that I still think that the Camus, if you're not going to upgrade, the R5 is... It is worth a look, because it is really cheap. Like, really, really cheap. Just screams? Yeah, it's common for this sort of thing. I'm gonna go longer gearing. And then more understeer. More rum. Let's go 185s on the front. Aerodynamics. Less on the front. More understeer. let's have more disparity. Oh yeah, and I think I need more understeer. I'm gonna see if I can fix this. Can I fix this? I don't think I can. I think it's pretty boned. Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? You know what, actually, hold on. What if we go like this? No, that doesn't work. Alright, no roll cage for you. Actually, hold on. We do have... Nope. This. Does this work? I think this actually works a lot better. Even though I have mixed feelings about this roll cage, it looks like it works here. Nah, that also has the same issue, does it? Yeah, nah. That doesn't work. Yeah, as you can see, the roll bar goes right through your, like, center of vision. Nah. Alright. That's unfortunate. Well, she'll be right, though. The only bad job is the job that doesn't happen. Sure. I think we're going to go more front drive. Let's increase that quality and get more front drive again. What's our weight at? We're now underweight. Ugh. There is not much weight to be gained with this chassis. God damn. Alright, what are we looking at? Drive line's good. That's fine. You know what? Let's go more understeer. 175s. Now we should have very little oversteer at all. Perfect. Lots and lots of understeer. See, what I want to be able to do is floor it and have it go in a straight line. That's basically the only thing we really need to be concerned about here. Why is that front bumper spoiler so massive? It's just what they used to do for the Pikes Peak. I mean, not exactly that, I just got lazy. Been desperate to buy this bloody game for ages, but can never cough up the cash to buy it. One day, hopefully, I'll get it. Which one? Automation or BeamNG? Not to mention the bar going through the steering column. Yeah. Live streams have ads now. Yeah, they've always had ads. If you have ads turned on. Is this like Aussie Shiny Odd, or are we just watching you make a good car? No, I'm not like Shiny Odd. I do not do the wacky. That is not me. I'm just not like that. Did it not export? Alright. I hate this new bug where in automation you have to export multiple times to make things work. This is a real annoyance. I hate it. They need to get this one fixed. I don't know how this bug came about, or even how this bug would work. But it keeps happening. Things are going well. Alright, let's have a look. Is it going to update? Looks like it's updating. Good, okay, it updated that time. I hate when it doesn't get in gear. Okay, a lot smoother now. through. Okay, too much power. Yeah, okay, I think we're actually good on the oversteer now. Now all I have to do is practice a little bit. Custom engine sounds in your car? Good, alright. Control L? No, unfortunately, the load there's not a loading issue in BeamNG side. It's an automation, not exporting side issue. It's a weird one. What is in this? It is a small, very small 1.4 liter V6. Really should have made it a 4-cylinder, but I didn't. I made this a 6-cylinder instead, just because I wanted the more RPMs and the more reliability that comes with dividing the power between more cylinders. Is it 1.3? No, it's almost a 1.4. It's a 1397, I think. Alright. I'm gonna go full sweat mode and practice a little bit. I need to be able to slam my gear shifts, please. Engine. Transmission. Do we have a race? We do. Let's go the race manual, not the sequential. Alright. Much better. Now I can slam those gear shifts. I don't like the fact that I'm already in 5th gear. And then we get into Tank Slapper. And that happens. Alright, I think I could probably go straight into timing this, couldn't I? Should have put a 900cc V8 in? Nah. Too bad there's no V4 option in automation. A V4 would be really cool. It has been used a few times. I know that, Porsche has it, and I think Ford in the UK made one. So Porsche for their 919 race car for Le Mans and in the Evo, that is the 919. It's in the 919, right? That's the name of it? Anyway, the Ford Transit, I think what it was is they had like a packaging issue on like how they could fit the engine in. And they ended up just making a V4, which is very strange. Pilot induced oscillation? Yeah, probably. I almost want to switch out my round steering wheel for a GT wheel. You know what? I'm kind of at my limit. I think what I want is to buy a new Moza wheel. I could probably actually just ask the Moza people, hey, send me a new wheel. They'd probably say no, but there's a possibility. I mean, they sent me a few other things. What I want is that one, like, bundle wheel. Like this thing. Except that's not the whole lot, is it? God, that website is slow. Standalone ES steering wheel. Sure. So yeah, what you could do is you can replace the frame on it and keep the buttons on it. I think that might be what I want. Does come with paddle shifters, good, because this TSW wheel does not come with paddle shifters, and that is about the only thing that I don't particularly like about it. But you can't be too complainy. There's more stuff with the ES. Why is it not giving me, like, the ES range? See, we got the standard ES wheel. We then have no more information. The standalone. I just want like an ES bundle. That would be cool. Because here we go. We got the ES Formula mod wheel. Or wheel mod. And I want both of them. Even though I already have a GT wheel, I just want to be able to have that option. Because I also think that there's meant to be a smaller wheel. I don't know how big they are. I might buy this after the stream ends. Because I want something that's like fully round and not have a flat bottom, but I think we'll be fine. The Ford V4 was used by Saab. That is a weird one, because I had a look at the V4's engine power numbers and whatnot. It was not a particularly good engine. How many Newton meters? I have a 9 Newton meter wheel. What do you think of the new Chiron replacement? Haven't seen it. Remind me not to run 2.3 bar of boost ever again. Wait, why is mine not showing up? I run 38 PSI. I don't know bar, to be honest. Let's start with time trials. This play button does not stick out well enough, and I was like, wait, where's the start button? But it's there. Just had to find it. Okay. We're looking for, what was it, 10:04? Yes. Basically a flat 10-minute lap. Which button? Nope, that's the wrong one. One of these buttons changes that's the one. Okay. Nope, that's there we go. Nope. I'm not pressing the accelerator, by the way. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. What have I missed during my dinner night out? I was gonna join earlier, but yeah, that's fine, STG. Not much. We've just finished the car. We're about to do the race. Or I suppose if you like the building part, you've missed out on a lot. Your thought bro was taking a 6-month break. I will in a bit. This is the last stream for a while. Then I have one stream to do when I get a new Camus wheel in. It's the C12 that they're releasing, and there's something cool I want to show with that. Anyway, which button do I press to start again? Nope. That's the one. pressed pause by accident. Yep, that sucked. Alright, well, that was try 1. And we got like 4 corners in. This is gonna be a while. How's the tooth? Tooth is absolutely fine. It can stay in. Y'all got a shout out from Philman in the video. Best day ever. Alright. I'm just reading comments occasionally. Which button starts? That's the one. I'm gonna take it a little bit easier this time. Ooh. Really pushing the limits there. Oh, you know what? I didn't have the right gearbox in. I'm barely having to turn the steering wheel. This is amazing. Turn! This has gone bad. Not great. Gotta be honest. That was pretty abysmal. Okay, yep, no. There we go. That's done. Adelaide Crows or Port Adelaide? That would be probably Port Adelaide for me, even though I don't really watch sports in general. I was going to say football, but yeah, the sports in general. If anybody doesn't know the Adelaide Crows or Port Adelaide, they're an AFL, or they're both the AFL teams for South Australia. Neither of them are particularly great. They'll occasionally have little spikes where they do well, and then not do anything for the next decade. And then the other one will do okay. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. The game Rensport? Yeah, I have a key for that. I've just not gotten around to playing it. Because I've been burning out and I didn't want to learn something new. That, and also by the reports of what I heard about it, not great. Apparently it's very arcadey, so I'm hesitant. Automation needs to fix their taillights. Sure, that's a very vague, open-ended statement. I did watch Le Mans. Yes, I did. That was fun. Broncos are the best. Unfortunately, there is no AFL team, I believe, called the Broncos. Feel bad for Super GT getting disqualified during the 24-hour Nürburgring race. Oh, that was... I mean, I get it. It was brutal. Now, apparently, they made a conscious decision to not try to fight it. I'm going to be honest, I think the race officials handed down the harshest penalty. That way, when they go to argue against it, they get to look to see how much contrition you have, to see whether you're willing to actually do the right thing in the future, and then they decide whether or whether not to reduce your penalty amount. I think their decision to not fight it was a mistake. Then again, Germans are generally arseholes when it comes to rules, so they might have actually just handed out the harshest penalty and then gone, sure, that's never changing. It feels arcade-like on wheel, but it feels apparently keyboard is arcade-like, so I don't know. What? I think you had a stroke in the middle of that comment. What do I think about gun control? You talking about, like, gun laws? I think it's proven to work in every country, except there's, like, a few countries that haven't done it, and only one country has, like, a significant issue with it, but pretends that gun control doesn't work. It's a nice hobby to have. Unfortunately, that hobby is being misused. Speed limits are not there because you're going to crash. It's because somebody's going to crash. So they just have to enforce it for everybody. Same thing with guns. Do you think there should be no speed limits? That's actually a bad argument in this chat, because a lot of this chat's probably like, no, there shouldn't be speed limits. Okay, think of it this way. There's a soccer mom driving around. 3, 4, 5 kids in the car. She's on her phone. Do you think there should be speed limits then? See, that's the thing about gun control. If soccer mums can't be trusted... I don't know where I was going with that. I was trying to say that soccer mums shoot up places, but I don't know how that works. Never shoot with your toes, and it should be fine. Sure. Now that does sound ableist. Wheel feels realistic like a good... Feels realistic like and good. Oh, okay then. Keyboard feels arcade. Controller, I don't know. I haven't tried. Okay then. Fair enough. I've got it. I did have it downloaded at one stage, but not recently. Alright. I stalled? I thought they used to have like automatic no stall thing when waiting at the start line. Very shaky. I feel that the dirt version of this road was a lot wider. Okay, you know what? This microphone is in the way. I need to move it. How about... move you like there. How's the sound on that? You know what? That's alright. It might be a little bit quieter. It's in the way. Okay. I think that works for me. I also need to do something about that gearbox. Close. That almost didn't go well. Oh, okay, yep, no, I braked at the wrong time. I need to be shove the mic in your mouth. What? Redlining it might be costing you some time. Questionable downshifts? Maybe. I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna change out the gearbox for a race gearbox and then save it. My computer blue screened. And it's not doing anything. Fantastic. I have no chat at the moment, so I can't chat to you. I just have to sit here and wait. Good thing that this is part of the reason why I got myself a secondary computer. I have not seen a blue screen in a good 10 years. No, there has actually been a few issues. But, like, not a random arbitrary one in a very long time. You know what it was? I think I had run it in the Vulkan version, and that was a problem. ASRock? Yeah, I think that's the motherboard I'm running. I don't know. Motherboards do not interest me. Slowly bringing it back to having everything working. Making all the wrong mistakes. Here we go. Race manual transmission, save and load. Don't generate a thumbnail overwrites. Time trials. Long. Group B. Okay. It's a good call to have the dual PC. I think it was either Komodo or Neological I was talking to. I think it might have been Neological. Wait, no, I talk more with Komodo than Neological. And he was saying how his best decision he made was to switch to recording on a separate computer. And at the time, I was kind of thinking, like, I don't really know if that works. Sorry, I don't really know if that's, like, financially viable. So I had to look at all my spare computer parts, and I had almost enough to build an entire computer. The only thing I needed was a new case, so I bought one for really super cheap. I bought a used monitor for, like, $10, And then I had this really cheap keyboard, which I bought a long time ago. I think it was like a $7 keyboard. Like really super cheap with the mouse on it. That's what I used to control it. Then like a $200 capture card. And it has done amazing. Because my computer runs faster. And if it crashes, the recording doesn't stop. Could you try to make the biggest CC engine on a T-Series? I could put an automation engine into a T-Series. Alright, let's get into the car. And... do both PCs have to be beasts? No. The recording PC does not have to be a beast at all. In fact, it barely needs to be anything. It could just be a laptop, to be honest. As for the gaming computer, it only has to be as beastly as you want BeamNG to have frame rate, basically, with graphics. Gutters though, because those will have concrete grains in them, which will destroy the car completely, instantly. Driver-induced oscillation again. Damn it! Why are you swaying so much? Okay, maybe a 7-shifter gearbox, not the smartest of moves. Handbrake? Oh, is the handbrake not working? Oh, my handbrake's not working. Oh, now it's working. Whatever. Real nut time. I used it like once before and was like, okay, well there's something wrong there. Or like, I felt that I did it wrong. Now it just turns out that the handbrake wasn't working at all. Oh, the oscillation inside of the cockpit right now is extreme. Oh dear. That's not going to plan. I feel... No, there's something wrong with the steering. I don't have normal steering right now. Okay, yep. Whew. How much did the handbrake cost? I got it for free, as I said it. The offset of the stream from Moza, but it is a $200 handbrake. In the last stream I did, I compared it to the cheaper ones. The build quality and a lack of rattle of this one is much higher, but it comes down to your craftiness. I think that the cheap handbrake is not a bad deal, though it is like something that you're gonna have to like tinker with occasionally to make it work the way you want it to work. Whereas the Moza one just works, though I don't like the fact that it's a linear handbrake. Do I still think it's good a handbrake? Yes, it's a good handbrake. I don't think there's not much that can get better with this handbrake. Enable frame rate? Oh yes, having a frame rate limit on works. I think I have mine set to 60. Nope, I have mine set to 90. Okay. Had a weird bit of a freezer, and I've spun it. Oh, this is not easy. I've just got to get that nose to the grindstone. I'm just going to take this a little bit easier and get a clean lap down. See if I'm even in the right, ballpark. BeamNG and not switching me into the gears I want. Nope, nope, stay on the course. Stay on the course. Okay, well, that's gone poorly. Roblox doesn't have graphics settings? Really? Imagine doing this on a motion simulator. I don't think BeamNG and motion simulator go together very well. BeamNG's force feedback is not smart. I think if you have 25 quid, I don't think you should be looking at a sim wheel. There are options available, but they are not good. Do I still have my MGF? Yep, it's sitting there. So, my goal at the moment is I have 2 more videos I want to record with the GD86, or the, well, we just call it just the 86 here. One of which is going to be on the 21st of next month, so exactly 1 month from now, out of the Bend. If anybody lives in South Australia, you can come over and it's not really a fan meetup, but you can come say hello if you want. I don't know how entry to that works, if you're just spectating, I don't know. Then I have a PSA-like video I want to make about just everything I hate about that car and why I think it is like a scam run on fans. Then I'm going to fix up the MGF. When that's on the road, I'm going to sell the 86 because I hate it. Then after that, I'm going to buy, with the money I get from the 86, a better car. The reason why I don't want to keep the MGF though is because it's only 2-seater and that's problematic for me. Because a lot of times I find myself actually needing more than 2 seats. So I'm going to then sell the MGF. Then I'll have one good daily. And because I need a ute, and with future plans with cycle carts, I'm then going to get the ute working. And the ute is going to be an occasional vehicle that I have registered. Maybe use it to take piles of rubbish to the rubbish tip because there's a lot of work I have to do in my house. Pick up some things to fix it up. I need like lots of plasterboard needs to go into this house still. I need more doors, things like that. And then I can also tow with it if I ever want to do more track days. So I'll have basically those 2 cars. Then I'll have the one car in the shed, which is the Volvo 360. My brain stopped working there for a second. What do I ever think about a BMW 3 Series? I have considered, but only the 335i. The problems there are, they're a little bit pricey for me, and they're not particularly reliable, and they're expensive to repair if something does go wrong. Very expensive. The cost of ownership is the terminology there. The cost of ownership for a BMW, or like basically any German car, is so much higher than pretty much any other country. It is amazing. For German. I don't know how the Germans get away with it. You had a 335i, they go through a lot of turbos. Really? You've had that much problem with it, huh? An E90 though? I don't actually know the E number variants. I just know the one from like, what is it, 2008 onwards sort of time period where that becomes a thing? The turbo version. It says to upload my 16-bit laptop. Huh? Anyway, let's give this another try. Sounds a little bit like a chainsaw sometimes. Not gonna lie. Nope, I've gone, nope, yep, this is not where I want to be. Damn it. And radiator leaking, damn it, alright, fine. What do I think about the 911 73 RS? I don't. Porsches don't really interest me, so I've never really learnt them either. I am... Like, I have considered getting, like, a Boxer there within, like, only 1.5 times my budget. Like the original version, though apparently they're not particularly cheap to keep either. Slow down, your engine may burn out. The warnings I'm getting are for transmission. Most architectures... Okay. Germans expect you to drive their cars within the factory limits, while most other manufacturers know their customers going to go over some limits. That's why Toyotas are built and last like tanks. But yet they went to BMW and Subaru, 2 of the most notoriously problematic engine manufacturers, to make their performance cars. I think Toyota wants to become a less reliable manufacturer, or a company that relies less on reliability, so then they can get more money from repairs. Because there's no other reason they would go with those companies. Like, they are the worst companies to go for. You love the V70R? I'm not much into front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive sort of things. And the V70R is all-wheel drive. Are we talking about Roblox in a BeamNG? I don't know, man. I don't get it either. Toyota does Toyota? Hopefully it stays that way, but I doubt it. They've already been doing some less than stellar business practice things. So, some of the things that I don't like about Toyota, and I had this wrong, I was talking to somebody about it a while ago. The problem I had was not so much with Toyota themselves, though I don't really like what they do anyway. They have a navigation system that requires a subscription, which I hate. I think is a terrible thing to have more subscriptions. I'd like to own what I own, but that's only for updates of the navigation system. Though there's more than just this one, but this is the one which initially pointed out to me some of their practices, was they didn't tell their customers that they were getting it, and that like the first year was free, and then after them they would just get charged. And it was a silent opt-out thing. Whenever people talk about cars, you start browsing Auto Trader. I do a similar thing with Marketplace. I'm not a big Facebook user, and I think without Marketplace, I wouldn't use it at all. I have never had problems finding the right gear before, but today I'm struggling to find those correct gears. And then sometimes it just won't change gears of its own volition like that. Get over. Nope, nope, okay, that's gone too far. And then, ha-ha! Perfect. Only use Facebook's for its messenger, and only my local groups. Fair enough. A Toyota Serra, isn't that an old car? I kind of want to keep it modern-ish. I hate rattly interiors. Change gears. You fat top a lot. Ugh. Daisy Duster, don't get Daisy here. Through the pearly gates backwards, there we go. Yeah. I've collabed with Grog TV, yes. Am I using the truck wheel for this? Maybe. I may not have it on a circular wheel. You know what, screw it. I think I might just switch over. I think you're right. Yeah, okay. I need to go toilet, then I'm going to switch my steering wheel. I have done my summer car in the past, but that was a long time ago, and I do not want to go back to it. That game is way too stressful. Like, just thinking about it stresses me out. Alright. Am I doing anything different? No, I'm just going to go full sweat mode, and I'm gonna try to take it easy so that I can finish off a lap. Ah! That post was solid that time? Bugger. Alright, wheel change. We'll get a little bit deep at the moment. I've been burning out so hard I haven't been able to regulate my emotions properly. And when I don't regulate my emotions properly, I eat. And when I eat, I gain weight very quickly now. In the last month, I've put on 7 kilos. I need to take this break. So this Moza thing is the last thing I'm doing. Okay. Or at least for a while. There we go. $12,000 horsepower. Damn. Just think of something stupid like cheese. Yeah, we're sauerkraut. We're in a bit of the Austin Powers fat bastard sort of realm, where it's like, I eat because I'm sad, and I'm sad because I eat. Don't become a slave to the algorithm. Yay, it's unfortunate. You had like 8 videos in the past month. Like you have to upload as many. I usually have 2 videos a week, so yeah, that is about 8 a month. The hybrid system should still work. Anyway, which buttons do I have this set up to? And you know what? I'm going to use the paddle shifters for this. There we go. All right. Let's try that again. I still have to clutch for this. It's confusing as hell. I'm not turned on automatic clutch. This is garbage. That was done really poorly. Dang. Oh, this is too much force feedback on this wheel. Which button do I press again? All right. Okay. Hopefully my fingers won't die now. Ugh. It's really hard to drive this. Does Phil have the Top Gear test track? I do, but I don't really use it because it's not very good. Watch more trash anime? I think I have watched pretty much all the trash anime that's out there at the moment. It all kind of melts together eventually. I've been watching so much anime. Gacha games? Oh god. I heard the gacha games are getting really popular for some reason. And that irks me. Nope. Oh no. Yep, I saw that one coming. That was a bad idea. Didn't start that lined up right. My brain is not working very well. My ADD is really kicking in hard right now, and I can't concentrate anymore. I'm actually unable to pay attention to driving. I can't even actually read comments right now. I think we might just have to go back to just building automation cars just for the hell of it and just have a little bit of fun that way. I can't... My brain isn't... I can't read... Why can't I read? Dragon Ball Initial D. Oh, that Wangam anime is terrible. Oh my god, my brain is killing me right now. I just can't think. Maybe if I make the font bigger. Does that work? Hold on. Favorite anime shows? Cross Game would be like one of my favorites. When you see the car you're driving into, you have understeer. If you can hear it, you have oversteer. That's amazing. Time to take a break. I think I might have to, but usually when my ADD kicks in really hard, which has been really bad recently, over the last couple of weeks, so it might be stress related. I don't know. It won't get better. Split your body, one drives, the other reacts to chat. God, I wish I could. I wish I could focus on one thing. I think we're just gonna go to automation at the moment. My brain is not letting me do very much. Yeah, get out of this. Okay, my brain is frazzled. What happened? You know what? It might be that I'm warming up a little bit as well. It's getting a bit warm in this room, and I'm layered up. Rise! I'm gonna go get myself a drink as well. BRB. Alright. If I change the name of the stream, will it update for everybody that's, like, viewing it? Or what happens with that? You try to use Discord emotes against FFS. Paraswap the GD86. That is actually something I have considered. I've thought about getting a Junker 86, maybe something that's been flood damaged or whatever. Then, like, for maybe like $4,000, maybe I might be able to get one. Then put in a Barra in it. I wonder how hard it would be legally and what it would be like to drive afterwards. And for a lot of people that are like, oh, don't swap engines out of the family, it's already not a Toyota engine. It's a Subaru POS. Alright, what do we want to make? Start a poll. Car type. Sports. Family. And by the way, when I say family, I mean something like a Holden Commodore. We're going to have like a V6 version, a V8 version, and then a race version. If it's a sports car, we might start with like an 86, and then we might go a GT3 version. Is this camera in the wrong place? I think it is. And if we go anything, let's go wagon. So like, what's a wagon usually called in other countries? I can't remember. Anyway, like a family car, except it's got like a hatchback. My brain isn't working very well. Or a straight up, like, you know, an old vintage race car. Let's go vintage race car as an option. No more poll options. Those are the ones we get. Viewer activity. 2 hours late. You're only picking the body now. Sorry, Ekaimin. The stream has gone off the rails because my ADD has brutalized me. And I can't think. Estate in the UK? Okay. Subaru engines are doomed to fail because they're sideways. It's better to just swap the engine. In an 86, yes, they are fairly sideways. A Subaru engine? That sounds about right. SUV? No, thanks. No, a Ute? All Aussies all the way? Nah, I'm good. No wagons is combi? Wouldn't that be like the van? What did you miss out on? Me making an okay car and then failing to race it. Like, that's what we got. You know what? We'll bring it up just quickly just to show you. If anyone doesn't know Ekaimin is a very long time viewer and a moderator on my Discord. So basically that's what we had. It was an okay vehicle. It had a speedy little 1.4 liter V6 in it. Single turbo. Beastly, but also not great. Mitsubishi Evo wagon? Well, I mean, it looks like we're coming up sports, so I'm thinking that's going to be like a coupe of some sort. Oh, but it's also tied with wagon and vintage race car as well. We only got 16 votes in, so if we get some more votes in, that would help us figure out what it is we want to do. The less thinking my brain has to do on like what I think is going to be great for the viewers, the easier it'll be on me. So make my decision for me, please. Can you be an official partner of my karting team? Didn't I answer that already? Didn't I say that I just don't have money? Nobody else is voting. We've got 42 people in here, apparently. Come on. One more vote. And don't click on family if you do. There we go. Okay. Good. Done. Sports. Locked it before the trolls could change anything up. So, sports excludes GT cars. We could have maybe done that with a family car, but I suppose no, we could go a GT car, but I think we're going to go coupe and then a shorter wheelbase. So let's go 2.5 and under. I have serious hay fever as well. You know, I'm going to go take an antihistamine. Give me a second. Well, I went to get the antihistamine, and it flung out and hit me in the glasses, and then I lost it. It just disappeared. So, there's a wasted antihistamine. I don't usually get a lot of bad hay fever, but sometimes it just, yeah, it's a problem. Really hard to make a body not look like an Evo? What are we talking about? You know what? No, I don't. What wagons do we have that we could turn into a sports family wagon? What do we got here? Yeah, unfortunately there's not a lot of wagons that don't look like other cars already. So I think we're going to get rid of wagon and just go with coupe. We could go the S2000. Unfortunately, the S2000 always looks like an S2000. I think I'm going to go an older car. Maybe like an 80s sports car. And we can't go supercar. We didn't select supercar. I wonder what this is. Let's go with that. Something a little bit, Subaru, whatever that car is that never came to Australia, I don't think. We're going to make this as old as it can go. 1980, works good. Steel, monocoque steel. And then a sports car that looks like this. Rally was very popular at the time. Oh, they did not do a good job in the modeling there. Yep, it's mirrored as well. So we're going to go a front transverse. So McPherson's thrust on the front to save on size. And then semi-trailing arm on the rear seems like the sort of thing you would have. You see that? Yeah, it is rare though. We're not going exactly a Subaru, but it is something like that. What's not too uncommon is V6s in the era. Could I go a straight 6? Kind of like the stupid Volvo transversely mounted straight 6. And like not a small V6 either, by the way. Like a 3-point-something liter they had as like a transversely mounted engine. It was a choice. In the 1980s, let's go cast iron, overhead cam, 2-valve, aluminium. That's very indicative of the time, I think. You know what? We're going to go out there. We're going to say a 3-valve. This is going to be an interesting engine. It's been slowly upgraded. Is it an iron block? It is. You know what? No. We're going to do many variants of this. The first one is going to be a 4-cylinder. And it's going to be something like a 1.8 liter. Which is a very common size. This is going to be naturally aspirated. Then there's going to be the sports version. That's going to be a V6. Then the race version is just going to be based on the 4-cylinder anyway, because V6s have no use in the real world unless you're trying to fit within a specific regulation. Did it into the 2010s with the S60? Yeah. No, that started in the 90s and lasted for a very long time. Wait. Daewoo, Suzuki, and Chevy also did transverse i6s? That's wild. We're going to keep this actually as a 2-valve. Overhead single camshaft is their default though. 1980 injection. Let's go like a little bit like slightly into the future here. It's going to be mechanical fuel injection. Uh, 1980 in Australia, we could still go leaded, so we'll just go with that. And then a cast manifold. There was no catalytic converters for us at that time. And then I think it goes baffled straight through. Yeah, that looks about right. 68 kilowatts. That's actually doing pretty well. This one will be just a front-wheel drive as well. What RPM? 6,000 RPM? Not bad. 65 kilowatts. I suppose it depends on how powerful the engine is. Sorry, on how heavy the car is, as to whether this is an okay amount of power. We also have a little bit of problem with creating too much power for our pistons. I don't want to increase the weight because, yeah, no, that has a trickle-down effect. We're going to move that power band down a little bit. Okay, our pistons are now safe. I think this works. 6,100 RPM. Even going to 6,000 would start to cause potential issues for longevity. We want a slightly reliable engine. Leyland, Australia? Is that a thing? V6 gross. But the transfer size 6 same with the... yeah, I already read that one. Make the car have no safety but big power. You know what? That sounds kind of Japanese for the era, so I don't actually dislike that idea. This is going to be a manual, a 5-speed, though a 4-speed would be also acceptable. Yeah, let's go with a 4-speed. Top speed's probably not going to be that high. Open differential. It's a front-wheel drive. This is the family version of this. It's going to be radials. And then, what do we got for a medium or a hard long life? Let's go a hard long life. This is a family car. And then like a 155? Though then again, this is sports, not family. Whatever, you get the idea. This is only the budget line anyway. I keep getting mixed up. Steel wheels. This is very common. Depending on how heavy it is, I think we might go solid discs, and then we'll go drum in the rear to save money. No under tray. Basic interior. Phonograph. AM, standard AM radio. I don't like this, by the way. How it goes from none to AM. Sure, why not FM? Sure. Then phonograph, which was, by the way, incredibly rare and was more of a gimmick than anything else because it was problematic in a vehicle. Then we had 8-track, which never came to Australia, I don't think. So that doesn't make any sense. Then cassette. Sure, I would just like a good AM/FM radio. So it'll be a basic radio. No power steering on the base model. No traction aids. Basic 70s, standard 70s safety. As long as it... Wait, what do we got for... No, we can only go standard 80s. Let's go standard 70s. Standard spring, twin tube, passive, sport. A little bit understeery, but we can work with that. Okay. What body morphing do we have? Not a lot. What the hell? We can move the bumper backwards, but not forwards? What is this? That's stupid. very wrecked roofs were in at the time. That looks so goofy. C-pillar upper. Need to be able to fit people in the back, so we'll do that. Front length, no, that's the whole front. Rear bar, rear flare, rear length. Yeah, that is so weird that we can only move the front bumper backwards. Did the person that made this not, like, play test it? Well, why? Alright, what do we got? So, that's not bad. 11.8 seconds to 100. In 1980, that's right on the money. That's what you would expect. I don't know if we have FM radio anymore. I think it's made the switch to all digital. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've driven anything old enough to have an analog radio. You know what? I don't know. I think we do still have analog. Yeah, no, my radio uses FM still. It's not digital. Yeah, no, we still have AM and FM. Needs pop-out headlights? You mean pop-up headlights? Yeah, I agree. Wedge go burr. I thought he quit. Me? Oh. You're talking about the clickbaity title I made? I'm sorry. That was a bit shit of me. But it's not far off from the truth, to be honest. I'm quitting 2024. I'm quitting the year. I'm just done for the year, basically. I got like one more stream planned, and then I'm gonna take a break that's gonna take me like right to the end of the year, probably. If I make the brake disc smaller, they will brake fade quicker, which is what you want on a road car. Perfect. Okay, let's keep that nice and budget-like. AM radio, basic interior, less than a ton. What's the wheelbase on this? 2.5 meters. That is a very light car. We got a lot of understeer, but I think that's also okay. This is still the normal version. Want to keep it at least not crashing. Here's the thing. Do I go the rally look with like the slightly higher body, or the sleek, low slunger sort of look? I think this is just going to be the base. So this is going to be a part of my, I think, my Suzumabachi sort of universe. I'm going to call it the KRX, and this is going to be the base. Because it's based. I'm funny. Aren't I? I'm so hilarious. I hate that these are angled. Noise the shoot out of me. But here's a bit of a trick. If you want your pop-out headlights to look different, you can go into 3D positioning, because the top part will not change shape. And then you just kind of move it into place, and then hit 2. The bottom of it will line up with the car, but the top part will stay where you left it. That angle just barely passes muster, so I think we'll go with it. lot of cars are high up for standard. Yes, but this is specifically a sports car. Specifically sports. Steel wheels to start with. I think that's a good steel wheel to go with. You know what? Actually, no. We're going to go with the hubcapped version. What I want is a steel wheel that has like a plastic hub center. So we need the 80s hubcaps. That works. I think that works. And then the hubcap center will be a black plastic. What is that? Oh, that's the tire tread. I was wondering, like, why is it metal? What am I not seeing here? Do I like it being black plastic? Probably no. Nah. It kind of matches the car a little bit. Let's go with it. Let's stick on an indicative lip of the era. Yeah, that works. If you remember, Butch13 Gaming did a video on making it all work. Oh, you're talking about the headlights operating and everything? I don't know if he actually got the headlights to work, but he did a pretty good job with a lot of different things. I did see that video, yes. I think I'm going to have to move these headlights back. I just realized the whole front of this car is going to have to be the crash structure. Because I can't have the bumper... Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. There we go. And that actually looks pretty nice. I'd love if there was a cutout for the number plate, but unfortunately, no such luck. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Sorry, this is an English-only stream. I need to be able to moderate, and I can't moderate other languages that I don't know. Sorry. I saw some trim in here, but I don't see it no more. Oh, is that what I was looking at? No, that won't work. Alright, we do have trim mod stuff in here. Though it is very big and chunky. What do we got? That versus that. That is round. I think we'll go with that. We could go quite big. I do like the look of that. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't line up with the bumper, I just realized, so I'm gonna have to do a lot of realigning, or maybe just change the color. I think I'll be fine if I just change the color. Yeah, nah, that works. I like that. Taillights. I think I'm going to have to make the taillights entirely custom, however. Oh, he's got the mirrors baked in. Damn, I hate when they do that. And it's not even its own paintable part. Damn it. Ah. Oh. No. Can I use a cutout on that? Frick. Why is that mirror baked in? Come on. It's a shit mirror too. Oh. We go over here. It suddenly disappears. No, it doesn't. Ah! Why have you done this? Can't believe you've done this. Because I want to stick on matching mirrors, and I think I might just have to cover it up. Alright, I think for the most part it is covered up. There. You mostly can't tell that it was there. Can I fit a mirror over the top of it? Yeah, a little bit. Doesn't work perfectly. Ah, that sucks. Whatever. Most of the time people are looking at cars from the front anyway, so it looks fine. SDG Gamer, you're about to be blocked if you do that. I think I can go wider on the track a little bit, can't I? Yeah, a little bit wider. Though a lot of tuck on wheels was common still at this time period. Alright, let's go ahead and put in a seam kit, and that's what we're going to use for our tail light. Good. Alright, then this side is going to be a tail light color. Nope. This one? That's the one. Let's use a cutout. Okay, getting there. Oh. The cutout's very jank around here. I hate having to custom tail lights like this every single time I want to make it look not trash. Okay, there we go. That's enough of that. Good enough. There we go. Key bindings weren't working there for a second. Are we censoring the word French now? I watched a video, it was a short recently, where a French person was asked, does he think that the French have a superiority complex? Like they think they're superior to everyone else. And he was like, no, French people are not like that. He said, okay, who makes the best cars? He went, oh, well, the French do. Well, who makes the best food? The French do. Like, just all of these questions, and it's always like, oh, the French are the best at that. And he's like, but no, you don't understand. The questions that you're asking are because the French are best at those things. And completely the French person just had no idea what he was talking about. The French do not make the best food. They just have the company that rates the best food. and they vote themselves the best at making food. It was a funny video. I don't hate the French, though I think that they're a bit, I don't think they realize how close to the American stereotype that they are themselves, thinking that they're superior to everything. Now, that's not to say that the Australians don't have also people that think that we're the best in the world. We are most certainly not. Yeah. I just thought that that was a funny video. I have not been able to find it. If anybody can find that, post it in my video section in my Discord so that I can see it later. Because I've been looking for it and I haven't been able to find it. It's a short as well. I don't know whether I said. I think I did say that. Alright, we're getting there. Australia makes the best cars. We did make some pretty amazing cars. We also made some very mid things as well. Buy the best American cars and slap a Holden stick on it. Not quite. Though I will say that even though American cars are very rudimentary, they do have some pretty good advantages. Generally, though not always, they have proven to be pretty bad at it sometimes. Good repairability. Low cost of ownership as well. So, no matter how basic their sports cars are, they have some pretty amazing benefits to ownership. Not to mention also, very cheap if you're considering only a few things like power. I think it's called power to money ratio. Americans have some of the best. Alright, I'm filling that in. Let's change the color of this a little bit. I want it to be a little bit more translucent. Yeah, that works. Alright. How am I going to fill the back of this light in? What we can do, I think, is grab something like this. Take all the lenses out. Is this going to work? Probably not. Yeah, we don't have indicators. You know what? If we just say we're selling this to an American market, it's fine. And then we have headlights. That's no good. We now have a brake light. A tail light. An indicator. That's still a tail light, is it? It's a headlight. No. I find if you don't select the right one, it'll just default to the wrong thing. So we got a reverse light there. That'll do. And then we don't have to worry too much. I think that works. Google Formula Drift? What? The best Morris Miners only went to Australia. I'm still seeing about that 70 years on. Huh? Oh, seating. I don't know about that. We did get a bunch of British cars though. That was a very common thing to have here. Though, you know what we didn't get? Rover. At all. It was not a thing here. Yeah, that works. I'm happy enough now with the rear. Let's just stick on a little bit more trimming on the rear bumper. I think the rear bumper will be fine. Yep, that works. Alright. What do we think? I think Rover tried to ship them, but they sank any ship container. So that like a V8 Rover, the like SD1, I think it was. That would have been cool to have here, but I've only ever seen like 2. Ever. I wish there would be an option to scale an automation without changing the thickness of the frame. Oh, are you talking about like these frames? So the trick to that is, if I wanted to have like no frame around that, you know what, we'll use a different headlight. as an example. Here. Something like this, for instance. What you would do is paint it invisible, then duplicate it, give it its rim back, paint everything else invisible. And now I know that this is a faff and a workabout. Then you have no brim. Unfortunately, though, this is not the right light to work with. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. But you get the idea. You could do that with a lot of different lights. That was a bad example, though. But that's what I do. It's not a great situation. And automation devs are sleeping a little bit on updating their fixtures, unfortunately. But it'd be great if they did. Just fix it. It's a problem. There's a lot of problems with the fixture stuff. Like, say you want everything... Like, say you want a lot of repeating sort of color patterns. You have to go through and change, like, all of them. That, and also, this never lines up with chassis tunnel size. That's also an annoyance. Like, they make the chassis tunnels, and they make the fixtures. Why not have them work together better? Come on. Please. Devs, please. I'm begging you. Work on your fixtures more, please. Actually, you know what? No, that does need to be lower. Alright. Dash time. ... dash. Not quite exactly the right era, but I think... No, that doesn't really fit, does it? Let's go the chunky one. Do we have a dash without a steering wheel? I think we do. Or is that not a thing? You know what? I might have to go with this. And then separate it out. I think this one works. Because I want to have the steering wheel separate so I can animate it in BeamNG. Now, can I paint out just the steering wheel, please? That would be fantastic. Perfect. Actually, we will want to keep this fairly compact so we can easily fit in the rear seats around the driver's seat. That'll do. Not perfect, but sure. Give me the top dash. Because you're gonna be made of leather. Nice. Alright. Two things. One, dash fill. Good enough. There's a little bit of a gap on the corners, but that's fine for now. Let's grab some seats. We'll go with a basic seat. I think This works pretty well. Being Japanese, we're going to make it nice and narrow because they don't assume that any fat people exist in the world. So their seats are always too narrow. Yes, I'm a little bit jaded, if you can't tell. Right, so I've changed all the paint jobs. Now I have to change all of the ones I don't want to be that individually. Alright. Those are the front seats, though they could be a little bit further back. Do we have this in a rear bench seat? I don't think we do. Alright, we're going to have to then mess with this. Let's get rid of that headrest. Because we don't need headrests in the rear. Then, can we just stretch it out? We can. It's looking a little bit funky, but that works because it bulges a little bit as the seats come down. That's a lot of room. That is a lot of room. How have we done that? That doesn't look right. I wanted to give an FYI that I posted some screenshots and small video of my stunt drive scenario I'm making on the forums. Anyone here play Stuntman for PS2? No, it's in a different room, but I do have Stuntman, yes. Not the greatest game, gonna be honest. I find myself getting bored of it very quickly. Ooh, that's not good. Good. Now for our door panels. I get a lot of people asking me, like, oh, sorry, telling me that they think that automation should have door exporting things. Unfortunately, door exporting from automation to have the doors openable is not really on the cards. Because there is way too many things. Like, we have to set this to be part of the door. I'm putting in a door card now. That's got to be a part of the door. And then not to say for anything that goes over the doors as well. So like a fixture that would span across, say like a large vent. Unfortunately, that's just not something I can see without AI tools, something that works. Even with AI tools, I don't think it's, like, particularly possible. I mean, in 10, 20 years, it might be possible. But yeah, no, not anytime soon. Good, that's that. Now the back area. Good. Okay. That is that filled in. Get ourselves a rear view mirror. Which I believe they're in. Yep, here they are. Maybe we'll go square. Okay, what steering wheel comes with this? It is the round with square center. Show me that one. Is it this? Or is it this? I don't know. It might be this one. Good. English only, please. It'd be possible if automation let you work on body panel separately? No. There is a big problem. Let's say, for instance, it doesn't really work on this car, but say I wanted a big-ass side vent. What can we use here as an example? Let's go with this, for example. Let's say I wanted to have that on my car. Suddenly, it doesn't work because you have to, like, cut out. No good. And there's a lot of that as well because, yeah, it's problematic. What they would need to do is have some way of morphing the body with fixtures, which is something I suggested, but I think they said was not possible. How are we looking here? Is the interior done enough? The interior is done enough. Okay. We have the base model. Do I have aero on this? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. All right, we have the base model. Okay, export. All right. Oh, wait, it didn't update the picture. I hate that it doesn't update the picture if I exit from that menu. We have Subaru TX at home. I want a Subaru TX. Oh, we have a Subaru TX at home, son. Let's go for this one. This will be the upmarket one. So this will be the V6. New project. It's going to be a small V6. It might be like 2 liters. Cast iron. Overhead valve. They're like their 3 valve. Aluminium head. Cast. Dampener. camshaft, we'll leave that for now. Injection, mechanical injection. We're going to keep that the same as the default fuel injection system. I have never seen a fuel distributor connected directly to the mechanical fuel pump. Anyway, compact, dual. I didn't put an exhaust in the other one. Whatever, it's fine. What are we on? Unleaded, leaded. None. Straight through. Nope. Baffled, straight through. Looks correct. What RPM? 8,000 RPM! Damn. Okay. We've created a rev monster. Absolute beast of an engine. Alright, maybe we bring it down a little bit. Sure. How do I move that power band further down easily? Alright, I'm gonna have to go edit this individually because at the moment it lags out. We are generating too much power. Alright, we're gonna have to go cast on this, which does bring the RPM down considerably. Okay, now we're looking a little bit more reasonable. I was wondering why it was so much, and then I realized that, yeah, the piston just couldn't handle it being so light. Let's get some more torque in this. What do we got for the exhaust? It likes being puny. Manifold. That is a lot more power for not a lot of loss. We'll just shift that back a little bit, however. We're not getting actually a lot of power now that I think about it. Compared to the other engine? Wait, compression ratio? There we go. Right on the limit. Still not generating a lot of power. That's piss poor power output. When you realize that your 4-cylinder is OP. Ugh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. That's much better. Right on the limit of what that piston can take, huh? What about a cast heavy? Down to 6,200 RPM. That is sounding a lot better. Though, I don't like that. So instead, we're just going to give it huge ballast. Now we can go up to 64. Not great. Not going to lie. But we now have a much higher ceiling. Why are we generating such low amounts of power? 2-liter i6 E46 was a carryover from the E36 era and only made for 2 years. What? I have no idea what's happening in the chat right now. It is completely off the rails. I think we're going to stick with cast. Have more RPM as a result. And we'll just go with having a slightly less reliable engine. What if we just increase the quality 1 notch? Perfect. Okay. We're now within the limits. What have we got for torque? Okay, we have a little bit more torque. And, okay, 60 to 90. That's almost 50% more power. But that's not great. Just saying. Let's see what sort of numbers we get out of this. We were at 11.8 seconds. Now we're down to 8.8, which is pretty good. But we're gonna go 4-wheel drive for that ralliness. And we're back down to 10 seconds. Oh, damn. Okay, I think we're gonna go with front-wheel drive. A medium compound. And we'll stay with the same tires and wheels. .4 seconds. Wait, what happened? Oh, gear change. That's what happened. Okay. Medium compound. Because this is going to be a little bit sportier. The brakes... Oh, you know what? We're heavier now. This will get the 2-piston brake package. Because it's the fancy car. That way, like, 15, 20 years later, when people are using this as, like, the vehicle to take the upgraded brakes from, to put on their 4-cylinder version so they can turbo it. Because 4 cylinders are stronger than 6 cylinders for some reason in my mind. Why are your tires so small? Okay, they're only small here, but they're not actually that small if you have a look at them. For a car of this era, that is a decent width tire. We're not also generating a lot of power. I mean, look at this. Less than 100 kilowatts and 150 Newton meters. And it's 0 to 100 is still not much slower than my Toyota 86. They're in the ocean. I'm causing a commotion. I'm guessing you're quoting a song of some sort. What would the most reliable engine even look like? It'd probably be a diesel. Understeer. Better brakes. Under tray. Interior. This will be a premium. And this will also get a cassette player, because this is the safe version, and it'll have power steering. Wow. And let's retune the suspension. Yeah, this thing just wants to understeer a lot. But I suppose it's a front-wheel drive, so what do you expect? Perfect. The top gear range... Oh. Okay, we put on a lot of weight. So we're at now 9.7 seconds to 100. I think we'll leave it for now. This will just be the V6. What is 80s font? This? Yeah, that works. We'll do all the exporting there. You know what? I realized I didn't finish off all of the front area. What? Nobody reminded me. It's all your fault. Accountability taken, 0. Nice. Alright, that works. Task for when I've got to turbocharge my lawnmower. Sounds about right. Well, man, thank you for all the content you do and all the awesome mods you also do. It's sad to hear that you will be gone for so long, but it's well deserved. I will be here when you return. Thank you very much. Shit. Thank you very much, Oni. Appreciate it. For a road car, you want to keep sway bars to below 1,000. Exports to beam, always 2,600 Newton sway bar rate, which is very sporty. Is it? I suppose that's very dependent, though, Xeno. As different cars have different suspension geometry, so a sway bar would be very dependent on the car. You know what? This also gets alloy wheels, because it's sports. What do we got for some alloy wheels? You know what? I love that look. Oh, it's gorgeous. Then we'll do some inset. I like you do. Alloy wheels. Is there any body changes we should have for the V6 version? I think a badging is pretty on point. Let's go ahead now and make the homologation race rally version. Trim only. This will just be like a World Rally. It's going to have I think, yeah, we're going to go a clone variant of the 4-cylinder we have. And this will be Rally. And well, so we were having a look at the categories earlier, right? If we go 1.8, then we can get into the 820 kilogram range. We are in the 1.8 range. Perfect. Okay. Turbos! I think I need to edit this engine separately. Okay. Turbo. Look at all that boost. I think we also need to go fully forged internals. Drop that compression ratio down to like 7.5. We'll give that a try. Boost! I think we need better valves. Tuned out to the wazoo. Actually, you know what? No turbo, because turbos are way too powerful still in BeamNG. Sorry, in automation. Wow, we are not generating much more power, are we? This will be multi-point fuel injection. High-end manifold. What's our RPM? We can go higher RPM. Our exhaust is failing us. Let's go race exhaust. There we go. That was the restriction. Our exhaust was puny. A puny little human exhaust. A little bit more fuel. More advanced timing on the thing. We're going to aim for about 220 kilowatts, I think. Our engine block is taking a kicking, though. Much better. Oh, look at that. That looks like a fancy boy, that one does. Okay, more burst. Alright, you know what? I think that's looking pretty good. We are, compared to the 60 kilowatt, like 4 times the amount of power now. This one will be all-wheel drive as well. And we still don't need to make the tires wider. Now, do we go 4-wheel drive? We're going to go a 5-speed on this one because it needs like a race transmission. I'm thinking early Group B 4-wheel drive. Even though I know we're way before when 4-wheel drive became the meta. I'm just doing whatever the hell I want to do. Higher top speed, maybe. You know what I find interesting about Group B? Is Group B was actually the continuation of Group 5. So Group 5 could have continued on as road cars racing at Le Mans or whatnot, but nobody did it. Everyone kind of gave up. We'll keep with the medium compounds. Keep with a tire tread. Why is it saying front 100%? Whatever, let's go manual locker. 8.5 seconds to 100. That is quite slow. What if we go front wheel drive? 8.3. It likes that more, huh? Yeah, this is pretty abysmal showing, to be honest. .5 seconds to 100. That is a shocker. .5 seconds? You kidding me? We do have some wheel spin. What if we go sports? 7.9 seconds. What does the sports compound look like? The completely wrong compound for the era. I wish that this material on the tires would change depending on the year, because there is a lot that I would like to change. Anyway, this is the rally version, so it's going to be like wide-bodied and whatnot. Automation is going to start hating me. Yep, every part has, but had a custom angle on it, is now ruined. Forgot about to fix that. There is actually a bit of a trick. What you're meant to do is switch everything to 3D before you do any changes. Good enough. That's all good. The only other stuff really is just all of this. Perfect. Enough? Sure. This will be changed to... Rally. Yeah, that'll be fine. World Rally. Sure. Okay, so we got the widen out fenders. We can't make the rear wheels any wider. Front wheels can go much wider though. Why is the rear wheel stuck? Let's go some, like, 185s. Okay, we can make the rears a little bit wider, but not enough. What we're gonna have to do is go back here and widen out the track width. Perfect. Now 0 to 100 is 6.9 seconds. Love it. 4:50 and you've not slept? That's going to be a hard day tomorrow for you. It would be cool to have, like, Pirelli, whatever pattern on a sports compound. Sure. I think you're now able to make your own custom tire treads as well, so maybe look into that if that's something that you want. I personally don't particularly care that much, or maybe I do, I don't know. I never put door handles on this. None of them have door handles. Perfect. No, that's no good. That'll do. That'll do. Fixed it. No problems here to be seen. Only the rally version comes with the special optional extra of door handle. Oh dear. You're also a bit weird. Perfect. Rally. You get a bigger lip. Why? Well, just because. You'll also get, like, bigger ventilation on the front, I think. Because you need that extra cooling for the turbo. So, maybe, in fact, what we'll do is grab a vent for the hood. Somewhere. What am I looking for? Am I missing? No, it's a default vent I'm looking for. It's usually an ugly vent, so I just bypass it and just never really... Ah, here we go. Okay, it just looked different. Here we go. This is what we want. Where's the turbo intake? Turbo intake's over here. Alright, the next and final bits that we need are fender flares, which are somewhere. Here we go. This is what we want. I don't know why this has a leading edge, because that leading edge never gets used. Yeah, I think that will do. 300 kilowatts is very low for GT3. It is very low. You probably want somewhere around 600 horsepower for a GT3. Approximately, I think. Don't hold me to that. I don't exactly remember. Does that look silly on this car? Kind of does, because this is still a road version. Maybe a different color will help. Brown was quite popular in the day. Perfect. I think that's the color we're going with. Any change to the interior? Of course not. These Japanese cars were all about, like, trying to keep cost minimum and just pumping out passable cars. We do need extra cooling, however. I just want a square grill. Alright, I don't think we have square grills. We're gonna go with this. It's gonna be like a man versus car wild. With square grills. Anybody get the reference there? I'm trying to make a Bear Grylls joke. I'm funny, aren't I? There we go. A lot more cooling is in now. Burgundy? What, like a dark red? Eh, I like this. Alright, there we have our World Rally version. You know what? It needs a stripe. And I'm thinking the stripe will go down the side. Because without the stripe, we're just leaving horsepower on the table. Clearly need to get all of that extra horsepower that you can get from stickers. What are you doing? Silly Billy. She's digging holes in my couch, I think. Okay, well, there's no curved one, and this doesn't line up, so I think we're kind of boned. Yeah, no, actually, you know what? That is close enough. Is there a line here? No, why does it look like there's a line here? What the hell? Oh, there is a line. And it doesn't match the body? No, it does match the body. Okay, that's weird. There we go. That's our rally version. Has 2 stripes on the bonnet. Oh, that's a bit ritzy and glamorous for this. Give it RGB for more speed. Close enough is good enough. I tend to agree. Alright, let's go ahead and export. Probably could have taken the side collision stuff off. Nah, I think it's fine to leave it on. Could I take it? Should I take it off? You know, let's have a look at what it looks like clean without the side impact stuff. Nah, I don't like it. What's happening? Oh, brakes! You know what? I forgot to finish building this car. I'm so derp. Oh, brakes are horrible. Gonna get the vented 3-piston brake set. The wheels are gonna have to be bigger because we want bigger brakes on this thing. So they're getting like 16 inches. These tires are gonna cost like $1,000 each at the time. Vented brakes on the rear. Perfect. What else we got in here? Cassette player, sure, let's go to a sports seat. We're weighing a lot more, but that's fine. This is only the homologation special, not the race car itself. As for safety, that's all good. No ABS, hydraulic rack and pinion still good. Sports. That's looking passable. What was that, 0 to 100? 6.6 seconds. We're good. Alright. You know what? Did I ever animate the steering wheel? Did I forget to do that? I completely forgot to do that. Come on. Come on. There we go. 30. All right, and then we're going to export this 3 times to make sure it exports. If you close your eyes, it looks close enough, then it's good enough. Sure. There's the 5 meter rule. If you run away at 5 meters per second, it'll start to look less bad. Should have had the front set in the middle, the 2 back seats let the McLaren have 1. Nah, I'm good, bruv. Wait, what was that? The hell? Why is it asymmetrical like? What? The body doesn't morph correctly. Well, that's something we're gonna have to fix in Blender, I think. Potty break. Alright. I'm going to have to re-export the base and the V6 for a few different reasons, including the animated wheel, because I want that on all of them. Still a 30 here, right? No, it's 34 here. We're also going to put in the vents down here that I completely didn't forget about at all. Is it that one? It must have been that one then. Good. Alright. Is the V35 replica? The V35 Skyline that you saw in my vehicles list is, yes, a replica of the Skyline, not Skyline thing. I call it a knock Skyline because it's not really a Skyline, is it? Keep the vent only on the sportier version so normal people will buy more cars. Well, it has more of a vent up top as well, whereas this only has the vents down there. I'm gonna have a look at the other cars for a little bit if you guys like. What are you? 34. Good, it has the vents on there. Yep, that is the right one. Alright. It's exhibit. Do I want to give the V6 a different color? You know what? Yeah, let's give the V6 a different color. It can come with a metallic paint job, which does cost more. Somebody said a burgundy. I do like the idea of that. That looks good. I like that. We're going with that. Philman, I wonder how I can make better interiors because sometimes my interior floor clips through the middle of the chassis instead of seats look, or the seats look. You can just rewind in the stream if you want. You do have those symbols on your keyboard, you just have to find them. I don't think they have keyboards without the tilde key. Alright, that's all them exported. Alright, let's go have a look at some of me other cars. So, we got the rally one. This is the latest car I made. It is not a good looking car, but that's because I don't think that the GV, whatever it is, the 350 GT and the 370 GT are good looking cars. I think they're ugly. So, I kind of tried to capture the ugliness. I think I did an okay job. It has slightly less torque, I think, than what it should have. This is a car that I am considering, though, as one of the cars to buy. Unfortunately, it's just usually ever so slightly out of my price range. The gearing is also accurate. It is very weird. I'd go with the manual version as well if it wasn't so expensive, so I set up the automatic version. It is also 0.4 seconds slower in this than it is in real life as well. So, tires are exactly the same. Don't know about brakes. That was a little bit hard to find out information from. Use wheel speed and RPM too if you want to animate needles. No, I'm good. So yeah, this was that as just a little bit of fun I did on my own time. So basically 2 overdrive gears. I think, actually, hold on, if we go back to that, I think there's 3 overdrive gears there. Yeah, there's 3 overdrive gears. It is very weird. Like, the first 4 are almost normal, and then, like, 3 really long gears. For whatever reason. It is very strange. I also even put the speed limiter on, which apparently it has. Though I don't know if it has for all versions. Oh, you have a Nordic layout keyboard? It'll still be there somewhere, but it'll be a little bit harder to find. Tilde key is an important key. So this was just a little bit of experimenting fun. There's also a hidden thing here. Let's just turn that invisible for now, so we can't see it. I was just experimenting a little bit with speedsters again. I like speedsters. Not a big fan of how this dash pokes out, but sure. What does it have? As an inline 6. This is the Barra. This is the turbo Barra engine. I think it has a little bit too much torque and not enough power low enough. So this is basically a Barra turbo engine. Yeah. That is variable, right? Yep, variable. It is mirrored, unfortunately. You can't have the exhaust be on the other side and vice versa. Yeah. The idea, I think, for this was, once again, as I like to do a lot, it is a kit car. And it has a kit car engine. And what's a good, powerful, cheap engine that you would see on a long-nosed sports car? Clearly, you would put a Barra engine in it. Yeah, Speedster GT. Those headlights? Yeah, from this angle, it looks a little bit more usable than it's weird on the front. It was just, I was experimenting. I was more focusing on the side of the car more than anything else. Yeah. I don't know. It is bad, but it's also good in some ways. I'm willing, if I had this in real life, I'd be willing to put up with the bad for the good. Even that weird front end. I'd probably change the front end though. I'd probably go to some bug-eye round headlights instead. But I just wanted to experiment a little bit. Then we've got a GT1 car. If you don't quite know what I do, I go into automation and I fiddle. So this has basically an LS1 engine, but like souped up. This is the road version, however, but it still has a buttload of power for 1997. That's nearly 500 kilowatts. The idea is that this is meant to be a berserk engine. I feel that that's maybe... No, that is the wrong engine. I think. Yeah, that's the wrong engine. Whoops. Or maybe it is meant to be this. Barra the world? No, let me keep my Barra engines. Also, when you say Barra, which Barra do you mean? Because they're not all inline sixes. Opinions on the new Bugatti? Haven't looked at it yet. I would have loved the Vauxhall VX220 here. The real one? This is the real one. This was made in Australia for one specific Ford LTD. Ford Falcon LTD thing. It was a luxury engine, but not very good. It was only slightly more powerful than the... No, sorry, it was exactly the same amount of power as the previous version, like the AU's most powerful V8. It was 220 kilowatts. 3 valve per cylinder. It's weird. Can I learn anything more about this? Hold on. The Barra V8, not to be confused with the Barra inline six, manufactured at the Essex, Ontario, Canada engine plant. Okay then. Was based on the Ford modular engine. Okay. All were 90-degree V8 engines, displacement 5.4 liters, single overhead cam, variable cam timing, incorporated 3 valves per cylinder. The Falcon was the first vehicle to use Ford's VCT modular engine? Well, in previous generations, the Falcon, the V8 had been the most powerful option. The turbocharged inline 6 produced more power than the 220 kilowatt V8. With time, the turbocharged inline found strong favor in enthusiasts due to the ease of tuning and more power. The cheaper yearly registration fees associated with the fuel cylinders. That is actually a very stupid way for judging how much registration should cost, but sure, whatever. This was an option for the BA Falcon. Not all Falcons, just the LTD, I believe. And was produced between 2002 and 2005. The Barra 230 I haven't seen before. It was an option for the BF Falcon. The 230 introduced dual NOx sensors. Wait. I think they're confusing this with the inline 6, because the inline 6 also, at this time, got the dual NOx sensors. Anyway, instead of the single NOx sensor of the BA Falcon, it also had more aggressive ignition calibration. Once again, that's also an inline 6 thing that it got. Anyway, slightly increase in compression ratio, various ECU modifications to comply with Euro 3 emission standards. This was done safely. With the addition of another NOx sensor, it was in production from 2005 until the release of the FG Falcon. Why not put a date in there then? But yeah. Who wants a Barra? Who wants a Barra engine? Oh dear. Yeah, that was the thing that happened. So this was my homologation special of the car, and it's very similar to a lot of other cars I've made, but I just like this era as well, so I made this era. I realized I didn't put a fuel filler on it. Let's go do that. I hate the fact that it's got the wrong alignment setting. There we go. Then it fills into the fuel bladder area, which will be right in the middle there. I was happy with this. It is a mess of oversteeriness, unfortunately. There seems to be some sort of issue with it. Then I made the GT1 version. No one wants Barra V8. Fair enough. I actually want one just for like a video series, maybe. You know, in Australia, there was an advert for pork, and the white meat, I think, was chicken, and the other white meat was, I believe, fish. And they were trying to advertise pork and come up with or maybe it was the other way around. Anyway, they were advertising pork, and the advertisement for pork was the other white meat. So whenever I think of the Barra V8, I think of the other Barra. Because there's the normal Barra, then there's the Turbo Barra, and then the Barra V8, which is the real Barra. Barra engine with a CVT gearbox. It would destroy a CVT gearbox in like 3 pulls. One thing that you have to know about CVTs is they do not deal with high torque. And if you may be like, oh, but all of these car companies have made CVTs, they're the least reliable engines. Oh, sorry, least reliable transmissions as an option generally. Get some pork in your fork. That was another one as well, yeah. What was it also, there was like a Christmas ham, I think, and they called it Hamas. Like Christmas but ham. So Hamas, and then people were like, Hamas, what? And a lot of the white supremacists in Australia were like, no, you can't do that. Now you're ruining the sanctity of Christmas. You know, this thing that was retconned by the Christians, you've retconned it for the wrong thing. How dare you use religion to make money? Are you going to donate in the tip tray that comes around when you go to church next? Philman, do you know any mods for headlight housings? I'm trying to find one for a Ferrari-looking car. How dare you bring Ferrari rhetoric into this chat? Though that's later in the GT1 lifespan. Huh? What are we talking about? I had 365 on the rear and 330 on the front. Are we talking about tires now? The GT1? I went 345s. I can't remember what I based this upon. I think this might have been the McLaren... No, not the McLaren. The Mercedes CLK, I think, is what this tire size is based on. I think that is identical to that car. Also, slightly slower, but that's okay. I was going for a slightly more rubbish version of that, because this is like meant to be a cheaply put together American GT1 car that kind of failed. That was the idea. They took a whole bunch of bargain bin parts, put it together. I think it's a fiberglass body on an aluminium chassis. No partial carbon fiber, I was wrong. But it is, yes, glued aluminium. As you see. So they went with like a little bit of Lotus, but like turned it up to the max. So what did I do? Oh, that's right. You know, the exhaust is there. It's just really hard to see. That's my race car version. I liked it. Still, once again, it has an oversteering problem, and I'm not sure what's going on. Have I learned Lewis sense? Oh my. You have to check out some of my previous streams then. I did one with the Eagle 5 from Spaceballs. It was a camper van thing. Heavy lure in that one. The most lure I'd ever done. Celine F7 but poor? Yeah, though the Celine S7 was front engine. This is mid engine. It was actually kinda inspired a little bit by, yes, the Celine S7. Do those tire sizes follow the Group B rolls though? This is not Group B, this is GT1. Though, actually, turns out was never actually called GT1, by the way. I didn't realize that. That was like the colloquial name. Lambo GT1 had carbon body and a steel space frame. Was there a Lamborghini GT1? I think there was, yeah. But no, that's yeah, that's not too uncommon. It's just what I was saying is like it's not a like they wanted all of the new tech, but didn't have all of the abilities to make all the new tech. Like a complete carbon chassis would have been huge. Oh yeah, that's right. The stream name, I forgot to change that, didn't I? That's over. Damn it! I keep pressing all the wrong buttons. I have fat finger syndrome. S7 was mid-engined? Wait, am I thinking? I might be thinking of something else. You know what? I might be thinking of the Callaway. Okay, yeah, alright. I was thinking of a different car. Wait, am I thinking of Callaway? Nope, that's the wrong thing. Kinda. Okay, my brain just confabulated them together. Maybe I'm not thinking of the Callaway either. I remember it being more angular, and more like the Celine. My brain's failed me. Anyway, yeah. Very oversteery. I think there's some sort of exporting issue as to why this car is garbage at the moment. So, it looks pretty, in my opinion. Then we got the vehicles from the last one, a little bit of just fun. I liked this car. It was based upon Indy cars, though unfortunately IndyCar is not IndyCar back then, it's something else. But yeah, I think this is a V12. Yep. Big old V12. The highest technology of individual throttle bodies with all the carburetors needed. Yeah, just a little bit of fun. I think this is based on the D50 from, yes, Lancia. The Lancia D50 body. Murcielago GT1 is my favorite, even though it didn't perform. Did it compete, though? You're thinking of Ginetta? Maybe. I don't think so. Indy Vintage looks fun. It is pretty fun. The only thing I don't like is that I went with like a race tire. Unfortunately, this is the race tire. They had soft tires, but they didn't look like that. Any race tire, like, you'd have to go to intermediate, which is what a lot of the treads looked like for race tires back then. Unfortunately, intermediates suck for racing. There's like a seam line here. Weird. The GT Murcielago did compete. Okay, wait. Murcielago? You mean the Diablo? Or is there a Murcielago GT1? Yeah, I'm thinking of the Diablo. This thing. Very, very interesting. If there was a Lamborghini I was to have, it would be the Lamborghini Diablo SV. Just as a kid, I had this in all of the racing games. It was so cool. I think it was in a few movies as well. But Need for Speed 2 Special Edition. Anyway, this is what I was thinking of. You were talking about the Murcielago, huh? What a shit name. So hard to spell. Not the SV. GT1. That looks thrown together. It looks like they were reluctant to change anything, but still wanted to win. Sorry, not change anything. They seemed reluctant to want to spend money, I meant to say. Yeah, like, this is just a normal standard car where they've just kind of cut some parts out. And then, like, they've gone and they've looked at the side going, yeah, this is only for looks, so we're not going to remove it, we're just going to fill it in. And that's what they went with. Brilliant. Genius. Love it. Fantastic. Similar sort of thing with here, like, let's replace the front bumper but not change too much.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
It wasn't an official Lamborghini car. Fair enough. That's starting to make a little bit more sense now. That looks pretty awesome. With a proper done front end. I'm not sure about the shape of the lights, but those vents look so aggressive. That's cool. One thing I didn't like about the Murcielago, though, it just does look a little bit tubby. Looks like it gained weight around the back end. It's got a fat ass. I like it, don't get me wrong, but it looks a bit fat. The hell is that? Yeah, I'm good. Though I do love the expanding haunches. That was also always a cool thing. It looks how you'd make things in automation. Sure, just paint over bits. The vents look like big bushy eyebrows. Big bushy brows. I'm thinking of big bushy beard. I think that's from Harry Potter, yeah. The pre-LP is the best, is it? Okay. I don't know. I never really tracked Lamborghini very much. I'm a little bit more of a Gallardo fan. I don't know. I like the V12. Gallardo? God, the words suck. I just like the more sleek look of it. And I like the vents here a lot more. Unfortunately, Lamborghinis are phenomenally expensive in Australia. So let's go quickly to carsales.com and have a look at Lamborghini. Go have a look at the Lamborgs. And the cheapest, $164,000. Which is 100,000 United States dollars. Now, I happen to know that about a decade ago, you were able to buy one of these for like 60,000 US dollars, which is 90,000 Australian. Sports cars and supercars are really expensive here in Australia, even used. Unfortunately, there's a lot of talk in America at the moment about how the prices are really bad. No, hold on, my brain is failing me. In America, the prices of used cars are coming down. Yeah, so that's it. The used market of cars is crashing. So the prices are coming way down. Still out of the reach of a lot of people, but the prices are coming down. Unfortunately, in Australia, that has not happened yet, and nobody has the memo, and prices are still going up sometimes. The Gallardo GT3 is also pretty cool. Let's have a look at the GT3. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it. There's also a lot to not like. That is not a good picture. Oh my. It's growing on me. When I first looked at it, I thought, oh my god, that's hideous. And now I'm kind of like no. Taillights on the original Gallardo are amazing. Are they? I suppose it does change, doesn't it? But yeah, no, I like that. I think that's pretty cool with like the vents leading into it. I like it. I just like it. What else we got in here? Just like an open cockpit sort of car. It's ugly. You don't want to see it. That one was the flying car. I don't know why I made that one. That's from the truck episode. This, I think, was from maybe the hybrid episode? I can't remember. I was making some old school high-speed cars. I think I animated a bunch of this as well. Yeah. So, like, all of these levers and whatnot are all animated. Oh, almost all of them are animated, but like, there's a lot of work went into just futzing about, having a little bit of fun. I don't know whether I did the speed. Did I do the speed? I did RPM. Apparently I did not do a speedo here. But yeah, we got the RPM. The RPM works. I think one of these is like the throttle or something. This is based on the Napier Railton body. Hey! Thanks, Car Kid, for the $1 redo. Time Attack Audi R8 is your favorite car. I do kind of like the Audi R8. That's silly. Somebody was trying to, like, set the scale, and they accidentally let go of the, what is it, control key to get a slower scaling speed? It looks silly. I would go with an Audi R8, but they are also, like, I think the cheapest one is like a Audi R8. Get rid of the lamp orb. The cheapest one is 94,000 Australian dollars. But if you do buy this, you have the problem of owning an Audi, so you've got to spend another, like, 20% of the car's value on making it stay running. They are not a cheap car to own. Fun fact, first use of proper airfoil wing on a car was a 1930 Opel Rock car. Yeah, there was a few early uses of wings without fully grasping it or it fully catching on. A lot of firsts were actually done by an American company. They made the one with the fans on the back. I'm drawing a blank. Something or other 1J. Nope. Don't have that car no more. Saved. Yeah, I also made another one. So the idea with this one is I wanted to have the rear seat merge into the back body. I was able to do that. It's usually a fairly tricky thing to do, but you could... I mean, if you're not looking too closely, you could barely tell that the back end is custom on this thing. It's a little bit of fun. And then it was meant to be a sports car, so hold on, this is, in the way. It's got the cutout doors, as opposed to actually having proper doors. They just have, like, very small things, where here I don't think it actually has doors at all. A little bit of fun. Nothing too serious. I like to experiment. Then we've got probably my most favorite looking car of all time. I love a bug-eyed look if it was done right. Subaru didn't do it right, but a lot of car companies did. And I tried to do that with something crossed with like a TVR sort of look. This is what I used in the VR episode. I just love the look of this thing. It's just funky. It is so funky and I love it. Favorite car I have ever made, hands down. If I could make my own car, it would be very similar to this. I might have this dip down a little bit more and then come up again a lot more. Maybe move the front axle a little bit further forward. Maybe. We'll see. Well, we won't see. But yeah, it's a very simple design. I just like it a lot. You like making super vintage barebone cars and automation, even though they need some J-beam editing to function properly? Yeah. Looks like a Fiat. This? Or you're talking about the last car? Aston Martin, if it was very funky. If Aston Martin made a car like this, I would go and I would have sex with them. The front looks cute. I like it. I do like it. What are your thoughts on the Mercedes 190e? I think it looks okay. I'm not a big Mercedes fan, though. After that one, I had a little bit of fun with coming up with an idea for like a Le Mans road car sort of thing. 1960. Was this a turbo? Yeah, this is meant to be like an early turbo car. Yeah. V8 push rod, but with a big single turbo on it. The idea was kind of like the original... What was it, like a Fireball? What was the name of the first early turbo cars? Similar sort of engine. Very small, made of aluminium, single, big turbo, but not a lot of power. What I hate about these early turbo manufacturers, and even still today, a lot of smaller, like a lot of turbo manufacturers still, not smaller, but they went, we have the baseline version, which is like a V6. Then we have the big block V8s with a lot of power. Now, a turbo can make a lot more power, so let's put it on the small engine. And then everyone's like, but I want the big engine. So they go the big engine. They don't know the turbo. Early ones were unreliable. So they go ahead and they don't buy the turbo version. They go, oh, well, nobody likes turbos, so we won't make turbos. What is wrong with you? Nowadays, you got Volkswagen going. We had, sorry, not nowadays, like in the early 2000s, we have the 4-cylinder version of the Golf. Then we have the VR6 and a turbo diesel. And then they went, you know what? We want to change things up a little bit. We want a more powerful version of a car. Let's go a 4-cylinder turbo. Why not take the VR6 and put a turbo on it? What are you thinking? VR6 turbo? You would have had troubles keeping them in stock. I swear to God. What is wrong with you? Like, when they made that, what was it? VW Golf W12. Like, the idea of this car was pretty cool. But if they had taken their VR6 engine and just turboed it, that would have been fine. Though, I will say, this is a dream car. I would love to make one of these. That would be an awesome car to make. I don't like Volkswagen, but this would be cool to make. Is that like somebody's project car? This is not the real car. If we have a look at the real car, we see it's got like nice rounded edges there. It's got a nice inset. If we have a look at real pictures of it, it's got a anytime now. It has like a properly made front bumper, but somebody's gone ahead and said, "Oh, this is the real thing." That's not the real car. This is somebody's project car. That is... Oh, okay. And if it's a replica. It is very much a replica. But I do agree, still kind of awesome. I wish they had just got the front bumper right. The rest of it, good enough. That's a cool car. Just like even like the rear window going inwards to let air in. It's really cool. Even if they had just released a normal all-wheel drive VR6 version of this, and just with this body kit. Come on. Volkswagen spent way too much time lobbying the government to, like, ruin emissions targets for vehicles, which I don't... That's a whole different argument of whether cars need to change or corporations do. You think this is what the 60s thought the future would look like? Probably not. In the 60s, they would have still thought angular. Which, speaking of which, this car is like a speedtail sort of thing. And the idea of it is they started to realize that the thing would become floaty on the rear end, so they went with like a bit of a race car trick where they created an air dam there, which was a spoiler. So as the air would come over, it would be caught in there, and then you would not have a loss of speed. And still a decent top speed of 215 kilometers an hour. Not huge, but very respectable for its time. 9 seconds, 0 to 100. It is a GT car. This is not a mid-engine supercar. This is early 70s still. Got that lovely little puny engine in there. This one was just an idea of like, let's take this body, which is way too recognizable as the Nissan 240Z, and try to make something else out of it. So we ended up with this, I don't want to say it, but Ferrari-esque GT car. Speedtail, big cabin, a 2+2, as we can see. Got room in the back there. I got rid of the body bit, like there's still so much interior that you can't see much, but yeah. That was a fun one. I think I created a more powerful version. And I think this is meant to be the race version, maybe? I'm not sure. What did I do different? Nope, exactly the same. It's got a bigger wing. This is maybe the race version? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what was different here. What's the engine? Nope, still a little puny V8. Puny human. I think it was based on the engine which Rover ended up taking over from the V8. Few economical cars. The McDonald's car, which Neological ended up jumping off the jump arena for one of his videos. This was a lot of fun. Why is the engine in the middle of it? Alright, well, something's gone wrong there, but you get the... That was fun. I liked it. An all-wheel drive VR6? It was... Yeah, I know they made an all-wheel drive VR6. But what I was saying is if they had made that into the wide-body version, would have been great. Different wheels, hood bulge. Yeah, I know about the VR6, the R32. I hated that name, though, because it was also the name of a Skyline. Felt a little bit steely. Then I went and made a micro car. I think this is a very short wheelbase. Yeah. So, not a micro car, but very close. This was based on the Mallard? Yeah. The Mallard steam engine car. Why? No reason. I just wanted to try this cutout door style. This is the first one where I did it. You did see it replicated on that other car, but the idea was that this was made as an homage to the Mallard, which was meant to be, I think, the fastest steam train ever made. The Mallard is interesting. I love this. I think this is so cool. Like, it's got the white wall tires with the red wheels, which it did have red wheels on the real thing, and then like the little pinstripes, and it's got the single headlight. There's probably no headlight regulation against having a single headlight, so that was a bit of the idea. It was a lot of fun. That dash is nice. This is a pre-made dash part from... It's like a 1950s sort of thing. I had to do a little bit of work to make it fit, though. God, there's so many things in here. Interior pack part 2. Do we have... What is this? It is nothing. Anyway, you wanted to see the red prototype. Oh, you mean this? Sure. It's just a prototype car, nothing too special. I was just brushing up on my prototype skills. Nothing overly unique here. I've done so many prototype cars. There wasn't much new here. I made sure to put in little extra things which were missing from my car. I haven't put everything on. There was meant to be an extra fin along the back here as well. I think it's got a V6 twin turbo or something like that. No, okay. I went with a V16. Yep. Why? Because I wanted to. Oh yeah, and it's also within the LMH regulations of 500 kilowatts, lots of torque, 7.4 liter. I don't know whether the thing handles well or not. I don't remember. Top speed is within the sort of range of what you would expect. 335, not too bad, with a lot of downforce. Brakes, sure. Wheels, within spec, I believe. Yeah. It is an LMH. It is not a LMP1 sort of thing. This is proper LMH. Do you think you'll ever attempt another hybrid mod? My hybrid mod is already pretty done. LMH 500 plus kilowatts with BRP now. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I think not many cars on the grid now have exactly 500 kilowatts. Okay. I think BOP should be removed from the FIA and the history books. 785 horsepower. Oh, 585 kilowatts. Okay. For some reason, I was reading the horsepower as kilowatts there for a second. It gave me a friggin' heart attack. Highest one's the 700 horsepower? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that was that car. Nothing special there. They have BOP tables now. Oh, okay. BOP used to be, what was it? A stupid thing. That's what it used to be. It was, everyone build a car within these regulations. If yours is better, then I'm going to slow you down with ballast. And then Ferrari went, oh, that would be terrible. Oh, look at us. We're losing. Oh, we haven't won a race all year. No balance of power for us. Oh, Le Mans is coming around. Oh, look, we suddenly have a great car and we won. The regulations called for total maximum power output of 785. Okay. Where did I get that body from? It's just a mod. You'll find it on the Steam workshop. My brain is fading on me. So you can just go to the workshop for automation. Oh, interesting. Anyway, there's lots of things in here. Lots of mods. Here's a fun little one. I like occasionally doing like a little K-car sort of thing. They've got like maximum size regulations, so the goal is to make the car basically squeeze into it as much as possible. So everything is just basically a square to fit within the regulations and have the most amount of space inside. There's clearly some things that have gone wrong though. I don't think we need that. Yeah, we can just get rid of you. Yeah, that's good enough. I like this. K-car racing is really fun. Yeah. Unfortunately, most K-cars are these boxes, though, nowadays. This might be a little bit big for a K-car, to be honest, though. I don't know. What else we got in here? A few test cars, another speedster sort of thing. I was trying to create... There was a Nissan concept car. Jesus Christ! What are we looking at? What the hell is that? What the hell? That's a hypercar? Hell no. That thing's gonna fail. It is way too square. I think what happened is... So Nissan has this policy of not making retro recreation sort of cars, which I think is a mistake, but anyway. One of their most successful cars of all time is a retro recreation, but sure. They looked at what they did with the Cybertruck and went, well, people want that. And then they just went completely overboard. That is a stupid ass car. What the hell? That is ugly. This looks like a Volkswagen Beetle crossed with the, what's that one SUV that everyone hates, but for some reason I like? That I could kind of get behind. That kind of looks interesting. I have to have a look from more angles, though. Here we go. This thing. IDX. The fact that they made one of the most gorgeous and amazing looking concept cars of the last, like, 20 years, and then went, Still looks like a 20-year-old 350Z with a bad body kit. Yeah, I kind of agree with that old car. The little 2-year-old cook. Sounds about right. Welcome, Trig. The Duke, yeah, it looked a little bit like a Nissan Duke. That's a CX-90 or Ferrari version of it? No. Anyway, yeah, I love this car so much. Why didn't they make even like the base model that they were going to release of it? It looks a little bit weird, but I still love it. It looks fantastic. Oh, meh. I don't care about SUVs. Did I just closed off that entire thing. That's what I meant to do. Oh, who here thinks that it was a mistake that they didn't make this? I don't care. Hold on. If you had the money to buy this and you're in the market, would you buy if front-wheel drive even? So that's like the testament of how cool I think this is. I think I would still buy this if it was even front-wheel drive. I should probably ask if you people think that this is also a good-looking car, because I think it's gorgeous. Nissan reps literally said that they haven't put IDX in production because the Duke was already targeting younger boys. Even I will admit that that is a big misstep. Looks kind of like a hyper-future Datsun reboot. Yeah, I agree. Wow. 80%? 60%? Reminds me of a Honda... What the... Did you have a stroke, or is that an actual name of a car? I think I remember seeing this. And didn't they, like, also, like, get, like, a lot of attention for this and then just not release it? Didn't they do it also so then they could race it and then promise to make it but then didn't? Can you keep doing streams like this when you... No. I need a proper break. Kinda ugly, but I hate every modern design. What, this car or this car? Okay, it's coming down to 58%. So, close to 60. It's a passing grade. You would still buy it even if it was front-wheel drive. Okay. Start a poll. Would buy if rear-wheel drive, but only like a but if rear-wheel drive, electric, with the ability to turn all the governors off. So, there. Would you buy if electric, but you could turn the governors off so you could go drift mode? Keep in mind that this would still be a budget car, so you wouldn't have huge range. But that would also mean that it's light. Wow. You guys hate electric cars, huh? I actually like electric cars. I wouldn't buy a front-wheel drive because GT86 BRZ. Yeah, but this would be cheaper than that, probably, by a considerable margin. Has everyone flipped on this? Would be the best-looking EV? It would be one of the coolest. I think the other coolest EV would be the, Kia NX? No. Am I not thinking of the Kia? Am I thinking of the other Korean companies? Who am I thinking of? The one that looks like the Back to the Future car. Wow, that is a split basically 50-50. With more votes as well, so more people had strong opinions on it being electric. Damn. That's harsh, bud. For the AB car, electric is fine. But if you have any interest in automotive world, ICE is the go. Sure. But I would love an electric drift car, to be honest. The N70? I don't think that's right. No, that is right. The N74, that's what it is. Alright, you know what? Since they're both meant to be electric cars, let's say that every manufacturer stopped making ICE cars and governments all around the world said, no, you can't drive ICE cars anymore because they're too damaging to the environment. Which is a stupid thing to do. But if electric N74 or the IDX. Keep in mind that the side silhouette of this car is pretty bad. Every other angle, as long as you're not looking at it from the side, it looks gorgeous. Wow, the M74 has it by a long shot over the... I think I like the cuteness of this car. Also, I'm pretty sure that this could actually be a cheap car, whereas this, I think they were saying it was going to be like $400,000 or something. Something stupid like that. You'd still be driving ICE? Sure. The base model IDX looks like a resto mod Datsun, not a Datsun Z, but like a Datsun 1600. Kinda like this, I think. That doesn't seem right. No, that's not the car I'm thinking of. The 1200. Kinda. More than a 240Z, which I think is what you're talking about. Damn. Over 75% reckon that the N74... Alright, you know what? I'll do you one better. Here's a new poll. Start a poll. Which one or let's try to convert some people over. So, a turbo IDX 1.8 liter or an electric N74? Oh, it's a lot closer now, isn't it? Rear-wheel drive, by the way, on this one. Can I edit this? No, I can only end poll. A front engine rear-wheel drive for the IDX. Oh, 69%. I think I've got people liking the car I like. All I had to do was cheat, because I know what you people hate. I actually like electric cars. I think that they have a very good use case. They're very quiet. I love a good quiet car. I love the instant torque. All that sort of stuff. It's all fantastic. With the amount of money you save on fuel, which is very phenomenal at the moment, you could just hire a petrol car and go for your long-haul drives if you want. It's still a lot closer than what I thought. People really like that N74. And it's surprising to me that they almost didn't make the N74, and now that they are making it, it's going to be something ridiculously expensive as far as I'm aware. Alright, 65%. That is a lot closer than what I would have thought, to be honest. You people just, one, hate electric, and two, love the N74 a lot. I tried so hard to get people to like the RDX, but it seems that just nobody likes it. Now, apparently the big reason why the IDX couldn't get made is because they needed to have a deformable crash structure on the front that would not be damaged at 35 miles per hour. So that meant that they would have had to put a big protruding front bumper on it, and they couldn't do that whilst making it still look good. The other reason is because Nissan doesn't like to do retro resto recreation looking cars. My 500 shitbox Lancer makes funny pops and burbles when downshifting dopamine GoPro. Yeah, no, I get that. How late are you? You're right at the tail end of the stream. You think it's cool? Anyway, I think we're basically done, yeah. What else we got? Is there anything else worth looking at? This was going to be in a, I was going to do a follow-up to the Grand Theft Auto modding, even though it wasn't particularly popular. This was going to be the next car I did. Unfortunately, I could not for the life of me get the transparency layer, which is used for all of these grills and vents and everything like that, to work with my custom model. I just couldn't make a custom material work. It was so infuriating. But, yeah, so that video failed. I think that was the beginning of the end with my burnout. Then there's a lot of things here that I will not open because it's got fixtures in there which I need to re-import before I open them up. But yeah. Please help, I selected an engine in automation, but it does not show up in any other tab like fixtures. Go to the gearbox section and reselect what rear wheel drive or front wheel drive or whatever drive selection, and then have a look. that should re-initiate it to work. There seems that there's a lot of love for this. The N Vision, that's what it was. So do we have like a full non-concept version of this? In 2026, there's going to be 100 units. Oh, that's not right. Also, I don't think it should be hydrogen. Hydrogen is bad for the environment because they don't make it in an environmentally friendly way. Yep, nope, that is the wrong car. Oh, that's an RC car? No, thank you. Yeah, no, that's got to be for an RC car, not the real car. Though I am concerned about the price tag of this when it comes out. I think they have a we can do no wrong sort of car. And because of my pessimistic nature, I think they're going to screw up this car. I think it's going to be terrible when it comes out. For whatever reason. Whether they charge too much, or it's still going to be hydrogen, or whatever. What am I doing? I'm just looking at cars now as I wind down the stream. Something more renewable has to show up soon. Hydrogen, unfortunately, is just not it. Even if they were to create hydrogen through electrolysis, which is the most environmentally friendly way of doing it, it is incredibly inefficient. Not to mention, when people talk about like being worried about hydrogen vehicles being explosive because of their pressurized tanks and all that sort of stuff, but then they're like, oh, but petrol tanks can explode and whatnot. There is a massive difference in how the energy is dispersed after an explosion with hydrogen compared to petrol. Petrol will kind of burn down slowly in a fuel tank and not be particularly bad. If you fracture carbon fiber, which is not the hardest thing in the world to do, depending on how reinforced it is with something else, it creates a percussive blast. Very different situation. LMH. Alright, what do we reckon? LMH in Wikipedia? Technical regulations? No, I've still got the old things. Nope. I was looking at the wrong thing there, wasn't I? Where's the link for this? Wiki doesn't have the BIP tables. They're official FIA. You want me to type in BOP? Person received BOP break. Ugh, I hate BOP. It's a dirty word. Is this not in English? No, okay, it's English and. Wait, 1.12? Maximum power of 20 kilowatts? Oh, starter motor. Wait, what? Wait, why is it penciled out? The power... Something described in Appendix 4B corresponds to a peak power of 520 kilowatts. Higher just what? Okay, so here we got the table graph. It still shows 500 kilowatts up to 520. So if you don't know what we're looking at here, basically your power graph can't be like 500 kilowatts and then just like a flat line going, hey, look at all my 500 kilowatt. I've reached the limit. No, it has to be within this, under this power curve at all times. The IDX looks very much like a Datsun 5100 hatchback. I think you're playing a very old version of my stream. If you click the little... I know that you're not going to see this for a long time. Live button that's on the playhead of YouTube. It's grayed out at the moment. Click that and it'll turn red and you'll be watching the most recent part of the thing. I don't think regulations have engine output. A sec, let me find BOP table. Alright. I will give special dispensation for you to send me a DM directly on that one. This is for 2024. Is there a 2025 maybe? It would be nice if public transport would be better, then we wouldn't need a car. If we don't want one, would already be much more... Yes, I completely agree. I think the solution has been biting politicians in the back end for well over a century. And they just do not care. We need good public transport. What is wrong with politicians? I swear to God. Okay. Manufacturer. Current weights. Oh, so this is their dry weight. Even their power doesn't go beyond 520. Power gain after 210 kilometers per hour. I'm guessing that's some sort of like EV thing? I'm not sure. Foot to pull, speed, kilometers in dry. Maximum stint energy. Ah, that's how they're balancing people out. But yeah. So, yeah. How do you make air brakes in automation? You mean like the Jake brake? You don't. $153-mile-an-hour train. Damn. I wish we had high-speed rail here in Australia. Yeah, once again, nothing here is over 520 kilowatts. Did Lamborghini compete this year? I didn't actually... So, I will be honest. I knew that Le Mans was coming up. I kind of forgot about it. Saw it when I had 7 hours left and went, oh... Well, I suppose I'm watching it now. And then just kept hopping between YouTube channels as they were getting banned. Because they were restreaming FIA stuff. Versions of the lightest and has highest kilowatts, but still don't perform as well. Yeah. I even put that in my, Twitter. Gotta say, there's nothing more sad than seeing that person with a rear wing. That is so disappointing that they ended up caving in on ground effect. I mean, it was a cool idea, but then they went, you know what, we actually want to win, which is the completely wrong mindset. They fully misunderstood that they are French and they're meant to actually suck. That is actually what they're meant to do. They made a cool looking car. Good looking, it's questionable. But yeah. You paid €17 to watch it officially? I would... Oh, I don't know about that much. But I would pay to watch it if I wasn't locked into then like a subscription for a year and have to like chop off a leg to be able to cancel the membership. Tuned into Le Mans this year. Start was interesting, and the changing conditions. When we went under hours-long safety... Yeah, there was a bunch of safety cars, wasn't there? Persia needs to be a Garage 56 entry. I mean, yeah, I feel as if that would actually better fit them. As a one-time fee, that'd be nice. But if I was to get the Le Mans package, I would have to first get the access to it. So here in Australia, it's Foxtel, which is basically HBO in America. I have to get the whole Foxtel package, which is like, I think, $25 a year for like the first 6 months, and then it goes up to like $60 a year. Then I'd have to get the 2 sub packages to get to that, which are like $20 to $40 a year. It would be like at least 60 Australian dollars before I could watch the Le Mans race. For 1 month. Not a year. I'd get access to all of their stuff for like a month. French manufacturers should focus on making hot hatches. I think the French should not make cars. 24 hours of nerve just straight up ended after 7 hours because of fog. Yeah, that was pretty brutal. Ironically, fog lifted 30 minutes after 30 minutes the race ended. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't try to finish the race. You know what got me though? As I was watching Jimmy Broadbent's video and he showed the like lack of award ceremony. Fuck them. How dare, like, you know how much it costs to race? That is unacceptable behavior on their behalf. Whether they plan to have, like, a proper award ceremony or not, that is not on. That sort of, like, come collect your reward. What you do is you have people come up and say thank you and whatnot, and then tell them to go pick up their rewards later. You don't do that and then say, hey, if you want to take photos, go. That is such a deflating moment. To you to have gone to so much effort, all of like the year leading up to it for the team and whatnot. You race really hard, unfortunately only for 7 hours. And then at the end, you're like, oh, cool, I get to say to everybody, I won. I get to stand up in front of people, and I know it's a bit of a gloaty thing, but to get up there in front of people, that's really cool. Now, I know that there's like 15 different categories, probably more, at the Nürburgring category thing, but to just have some boxes around and then just check your name off of a list and go, here's your trophy, that's a dick move. Go fuck yourself, the organizers of the Nürburgring 24 hours. What happened is you got lazy, didn't want to restart with a half an hour left on the clock, which is shit. You shouldn't have done that. And then to do that with the trophies as well, whether planned or not, that is poor behavior. Whether you've written it in a contract saying you don't get an award ceremony, like, whether you said it or not in some fine print or even to somebody's faces, that is unacceptable behavior. Whether you're allowed to or not, that is unacceptable behavior. Now, I know that a lot of the German businesses are like, if we're allowed to do it, then we do it sort of mentality when it comes to business stuff, and that is shit. It is still unacceptable behavior. As he said, there was an actual manufacturer's team in the N24 pouring hundreds of $1,000s into their entries and given the same award ceremony for... Like, I get the lazy thing, you don't want to restart a race for just a half an hour. But there are races that are 20 minutes long and they run those. So restarting for half an hour, come on. I didn't actually look at Misha's video because I don't really care much for Misha. Like, I don't dislike Misha. I think he's a fine person. I just find his videos very boring. I really got into it when he was into the flood rescue stuff that he was doing. Like, that was really interesting to watch. But a lot of his stuff I don't find entertaining, really. Misha explained it quite well in his video, including how it looked in previous races for comparison. I had heard from a lot of other people as well that they have had worse experiences where they have restarted. Fully on the event organizers, I think Nürburgring officials don't have anything to do with it. Yeah, I don't know either. As he said, there was an actual manufacturer's team in the N24 pouring hundreds of thousands on them and giving that same award ceremony for all that. Yeah, like, there is so much money in that. They're going to want some sort of, like, to be selfish for the companies even, is what I'm trying to say here, is they want their photo ops. They want their video opportunities. They want something to put into their portfolio, to put on their website. Hey, look at that. Our people have our award ceremony playing in the background of their video. What you end up with, like, is a little shitty in the corner with a pretty backdrop is for people go, yeah, take the photo now. Like, it's poor form. The N24 is an absolute cluster. Yeah, there was a lot of problems. I was really close to buy a ticket. Glad I was too broke. Guess who's back? Shady's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Ah. Imagine that happened to either the Bathurst 12 1000. There'd be riots. I think there would be some drunkenness happening. The thing is you don't really get a lot of fog at Bathurst, so it's hard to imagine, but I don't think that... I don't know, it really depends. Bathurst is small that it's easy to remember. I don't think they would shut down unless it was incredibly severe, which it was incredibly severe at the Nürburgring. Don't get me wrong. I saw some of the video and it was insane. If it was to be called early, I think most people would be disappointed. But I don't think there'd be riots in Australia. We're a little too chill for that. There'd be some drunken shitheads, but mostly it'd be fine. I'm skipping these ads. It looked like they announced safety car period because they hoped conditions didn't improve. But conditions improved, so they decided my brain is failing me. Yeah. I just told it to skip ads and it's trying to play other ads, so I'm skipping those ads. I also fit a 5-speed manual to my lawnmower. It goes fast. Alright. Well, I think I'm done. My brain is failing me. It is 11 PM. Been going for 6 hours. I'm tired. And my hay fever is not really cleared up. I think I might actually be sick. Which is fine, because after this stream, I'm semi-starting my 6-month holiday period, right up until the Camus C12 arrives. Then I got one video to do with one stream to do with that. It's going to be a big one. I'm going to finish off because I basically have all of the model done. It'll be a big stream. But I've basically finished all of the modeling that I do plan to have done, including the shock absorbers, which I was talking about, which are friction-based. So, yeah, this is going to be the big stream. It's going to finish off. And I'm going to try to find a wheel that's similar to this. And I'm going to put it on the C12. That's the whole big thing. I'm going to have a bit of a spiel about it as well. Whether you buy the C12 or not is your choice. It's just, there was something cool about the C12 that I liked, so we're going to be talking about that. I hope you're not sick, Phil, man. If you are, hope you get better. I think I might be. I think I might have a bit of a cold. I'm excited to see your thoughts on the C12. I'm excited to see what it's like as well. I feel it's just going to be powerful. Probably get very hot, though. Very excited for the Napier stream? Yeah. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I do also have to get, I'm going to try to get help from Markham 3D to help me finish off, to, like, bake out these textures, which are not textures. What they are is a node-based system with noise and other modifiers to make something look like a texture. But I don't know how to get this to export, so I need to get his help on that. But yeah, I've done so much work on this. It is basically ready to go. But yeah, I don't know when the Camus C12 wheel is meant to come. Also, still, once again, thank you, Moza, for the handbrake. It is a good feeling handbrake. It is a lot better feeling than the cheap Amazon one that I had. Do I think it's worth twice the price? Maybe. If you're a tinkerer, maybe not. If you like to modify things yourself, and you're okay with it being rattly, and overall mid, it's a fine handbrake. This is passable. That one's actually good, except it is still a linear feeling handbrake. You reckon you like the Volkswagen Beetle the most? I don't like the old ones because they're way too slow, and I don't like the new ones because they're front-wheel drive. Though, you know what? There is one Beetle I would like. RSI? This. It's dated. It does not look like a fantastic car these days, but I would have that. That'd be about the only Volkswagen Beetle I have, though. Reminds you of the old automation fan. Yeah, I do like to wind down videos, streams like this. But yeah, anyway, if this wasn't like hundreds of thousands of dollars the last time I looked, I'd get one of these. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it there. I'm tired. I'm done. Thanks everyone for joining me. It has been a blast. I'm going to go enjoy my time off for the most part now. There is the exact Beetle body. Huh? There is that exact Beetle body. What? I'm confused. This is an actual car. Very rare though. I checked a couple of weeks ago. One is selling in Germany for 100,000 euro. Yeah, very expensive. When I do have that stream coming up, I'll probably, you know how this stream, maybe you don't, had like a lead-in period where it said the stream is going to go live. I'll do that like maybe a couple of days to a week in advance, so then you have like lots of time to know it's coming, and I will post it in this section here of my Discord so you can actually see it and be ready in time for it. I don't know why. It's just because I'm going to be taking a big break, so you might miss it when it's coming around. Modern Piccolina to look like this? You'd have to make a modern Piccolina body first to start with. It already has a race version. Anyway, it has been fun. Thank you, Butch Gaming, who came here at the last second. Sauerkraut. We have some viewer activity. Thanks, Ekaimin, for the $2, and then Car Kid for the $1 eater. Very much appreciated. Going away party starts now. I think right now what I need to do is I need to get some sleep because I am sick. I have a headache. I am struggling to concentrate. And I'm phlegmy a lot. You notice I've been sniffing a lot. Not doing well. Going away. Yeah. Alright. Bye. Oh wait, hold on. I should do it properly. My brain isn't working. I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.